T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in Ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Forward yesterday makes me want to stay. What they said was real makes me want to steal. Living under house, guess I'm living out a mouse. All's I got is time, got no meaning, just a rhyme. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. As the dawn is fading. inspired. Think I'll start a fire. Everybody run. Bobby's got a gun. Think you're kinda neat. Then she tells me I'm a creep. Friends don't mean a thing. Guess I'll leave it up to me. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand. Guess I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand. Guess I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right, guys. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning. the title for the day. I don't know why I do this to myself. My mom watches this stuff. I can't help it. I can't help it though. Who knew the market was a swinger? It's gonna be swinging, guys. It's gonna be swinging hard. The more violent this gets, the more people are gonna get screwed in this market. And what you're gonna end up seeing is the market basically trying to draw every last blood drop of money, blood drop of money that they can. They are squeezing money out of a turnip, the blood out of a turnip, the money, the blood, whatever you want to call it. They're squeezing it, and the only way that they can do that is by having these huge volatile swings. And these are the signs that you start to see before the big crash comes. And I can't tell you how long it's going to last for. I have no idea. But it is these big, huge price movements going both directions that you start to see, and pretty soon what ends up happening is this swinging momentum of going from red to green to red to green to red to green to red to green to red. It finally just it kind of escalates into the situation where it can no longer maintain what it's doing, and it just blows up, and it finally just goes red, and it doesn't stop, and it just keeps going. But there's going to be individuals during that period of time, individuals and institutions that are priced out of this market, and that's when you start to see the fish die in the barrel. So watch out, buckle up. It's going to get wild. I can't tell you. I feel like I've been saying this, for a while now, but I can't begin to tell you how wild this is going to get. It is. I mean, if you think some of these swings are looking crazy, you just wait. It's going to get worse. It's going to get much, much worse. But these are truly and honestly the signs that tell you that of what's to come. Watch it. Watch it. Be aware. Go back in your history and look what's happened from the past. Understand why things are happening the way that they're happening. And it'll help you understand what we're about to see. So just be ready for it. I can't tell you strongly enough. Today we're going to talk about Fibonacci retracements, and I'll kind of show you guys what I do with Fibonacci's, how I use those. We'll talk about what a Fibonacci is, and lastly, the only other thing that I want to mention for the day today is we have a three-time champion for trivia winning, and that would be CensoredContent. 3 straight weeks, guys. Now, at first I kind of thought, maybe there's a chance he's kind of cheating here a little bit, I kind of thought like, something's going on here. Something doesn't smell right. So, and I've met people before, by the way, who are absolute geniuses, and they just carry around this like massive knowledge, and it's it's the idiot savants, right? The people who remember things that nobody else remembers, and it's just like, are you kidding me? How do you remember that? And CensoredContent's like, present. That's right, man. I'd have said this if you were here, you weren't here. If you were standing right in front of me, because it's going to turn into a compliment. Just wait, man. Just wait. But what I'm trying to say to you is that I've mixed things up. I mixed things up a little bit here so that CensoredContent would have a little bit more difficult time. I've not always pulled my same questions from the same web page. I'm trying to make sure that it's a little bit more all over the place, and so he's getting the answers. He's legit getting these answers, and it is what it is. There's some people out some people like that out there that are completely talented like that. I wish I had that kind of brain capacity. I wish my brain worked in that kind of way. But some people are just built in special kind of ways, and CensoredContent, man, for 3 straight weeks in a row, you've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt in my mind that you're one of those kind of people. He says, my brain is full of garbage. You know what? To you it's full of garbage, but to the rest of us, we sit here and we look at it and go like, it's rigged. Cheater. That's Harry Parrot's saying it. I don't have to. Everybody else is going to say it too. So, but congratulations, CensoredContent. I'm a true believer that you are indeed a trivia master. So, congratulations. Danny says, Casey, a CensoredContent cheating scandal would be bigger than the recent chess cheating scandal or the fishing tournament scandal. I heard about the chess one. I haven't heard about this fish tournament scandal. Where they catch the fish in advance or something, and like just kept it in their boat, or like how did that work? Maccabee says, cheers to brains full of garbage. Arthur Martin says, mod me and I'll mute him to give others a chance. I won't answer any questions to make it fair. Oh, man. They put lead weights in the fish? Oh, my gosh. That's ridiculous. That's funny, though. I mean, man, some people should do anything to try to win. Weights and other fish inside of the fish to make them weigh more so they would win. Fillets. Huh. A hammer in the fish. Oh my gosh. Too soon, myself. Too soon. All right, I'm going to start cleaning my glasses because it is that time in the morning to start taking a look at the numbers. But censored content, again, congratulations on being a 3-time winning champion. I feel like, I feel like maybe, in hopefully a less dramatic way, you can start hosting Jeopardy. I'll step to the side and let you start hosting trivia questions. The one thing I actually tried, one of the things I tried to do is kind of make it a little bit easier so people could answer some of the questions faster. But that didn't help either. You still were just beating the pants off of everybody. Part of me wonders like how close you are to, because I know there were a couple times where you didn't beat out a few individuals on the answers when you did answer, and so sometimes I've wondered like how if your proximity at all. You don't have to say if you don't want to, obviously. Canada? Wow. So proximity has no bearing on that whatsoever. That's crazy. That's awesome, man. That is awesome because that you can't get much further away than that. Well, I mean, you could. You could go on the other side of the world, I guess. But all right, the glasses are clean. Yeah, it's nice having fresh glasses. It's like having like a really clean glass of water, and if you don't have like some kind of water filtration system, you have no idea what I'm talking about or what you're missing out on. I'm just telling you right now, there's a big difference between water that's clean and not, straight tap water. My wife actually prefers the tap water, believe it or not. Casey's Broken Mug says, no, they placed lead weights inside the fish and won thousands of dollars. Guys had to be escorted off before they got lynched. I wouldn't doubt it. Censor Content says, just sad I missed the day Princess Bride question came up. Uh, there'll be more, I'm sure. Um, let's take a look at our numbers. Censored Content says, I was driving listening yesterday, almost pulled over when Pantheon got his 5th point. Ooh, the competition is strong. That's funny. Let's take a look here at our numbers, guys. I'm going to go ahead and transfer over to the other screen. We do have some contestants for Friday who did not get a point. I think it's going to come down to Monty and me for the tie break for the day today. Let me see here real quick. Let's add together the price of closing AMC and Ape just to verify. 570 plus 1.63. 733 was the closing price yesterday. So yeah, so I had 650 to 950. Eric had 650 to 950. Keto had 739 to 1039, and Monty had 701 to 1001. So Keto did not get a point. He missed it he only missed it by 6 cents. I guess his 6 cents wasn't working. Nah, that's teasing. Let's see here. So let me take you guys over to the other page here, and let's start taking a look at our numbers. Price prediction tally points. Monty's going into Friday with 3. Eric's got 1. And I've got 3. And Keto's got 2. It's been a rough week, man. It's been a rough week. We have been. I would say we've had we haven't seen us have a rough week like this in a long time. I'm guessing price predictions, as there was one day where every single one of us missed a point. So it's gonna. I mean, he still has an opportunity to win today if both Monty and I have price predictions that don't hit, and Keto hits his price prediction and has the price closest to the average, because he would still be in a competition with Eric. Kido could steal the win because he'd get 2 points. You get the price closest to the average and the point if Monty and I both missed. So he may have to come up with a outlandish prediction for the day today in order to get that, or he may just go rate even keel. We'll see what happens. Short exempt volume. Let's check it out and see what it was. 175.8 for AMC. So that was down. For Ape, it was 173.8, so also down. No, it was up. Very similar numbers, really close. The further the Ape has been trading for, the more I feel like I've been seeing it have some very similar like volume levels, and it seems to be balancing out a little bit here. Taking a look at AMC, the total price on AMC is at $5.70, and it was down negative 1.89 for the day. That was the closing price, by the way. It's currently at 586, so it's up 2.81 in the pre-market. Ape is at $1, closed at 163 and was down 4.68% for the day yesterday. Right now it's currently at $1.72, which is up 5.52% in the pre-market. Let's check utilization real quick here and see what that's at. Utilization showing up as 100% for AMC, and let me just verify the date real quick here. Verify. November 3rd is correct, so we have 100% utilization for day number 188 straight trading days. Let's see here. For Ape, utilization is being reported at 78.2%, which is up from yesterday and climbing. We'll take a look at the Ortex data here just in a few minutes and figure out why that is. But let's move on to Max Payne. Oh no, yeah, Max Payne. Max Payne is next. Max Payne for the whole week has been 650. It was 650 all week last week for AMC. And I assume that there's probably going to be no difference today, especially with the price that we closed at. I don't think it's going to drop to $6. I think 650 is where it's going to stick at. Let's check it out. 650 it is. We're going to close out the week, 2 weeks in a row at 650. Taking a look at off exchange. There it is. Off exchange data. Let's see here. Final numbers for the day yesterday on AMC was 49.23% through the off exchange, and EDGX had 9.85. For a grand total, 59.08% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's low by about 5%. So not up to par. A little less volume trading through off exchanges. Whenever we do have low volume, that does tend to be the case. CHX volume was 7,664 shares, which was 0.05% of the daily volume. That was well under the normal 0.37 amount for the 30-day average. So nothing unusual there. Taking a look at Ape. Ape, on the other hand, had much different values. 64.58% of the total volume going through off-exchange EDGX at 6.62 for a combined total of 71.2% of the total volume going through those off exchanges. That's elevated by 7.2%, higher than what it should have been. CHX volume was at 2,500 shares. It was only 0.02% of the float, or of the total volume. And normally on a 30-day average, it sees about 0.22% of the total daily volume, so it was very, very low CHX volume. GME, just looking at CHX real quick here, had about 0.19% of their total volume in CHX with 6,144 shares, so nothing unusual there as well. Institutional ownership, 149.571 million shares yesterday. Today is reporting 148.860. So we're getting a little bit of a drop in institutional ownership. I've always maintained that I think it's important that the institutions are the ones that sell the shares to create price movement, as they should be selling shares and then buying back in for lower amounts as the price goes down, creating demand at those higher levels, or lower levels rather. It's not us that needs to be doing the hard work. They should be doing it. That's what we're kind of paying them to do. So it dropped by about 700,000 shares owned by institutions from 149.5 to 148.8. Just to kind of throw out this as a number to just kind of let you guys feast on a little bit here. The all-time high owned that we've seen so far by institutions was 193.811. So it's down by about close to 50 million shares. Not quite, almost. 45. Make it 45 million shares. Less than the all-time high, which was hit on May 17th of this year. Let's take a look at options. Highest amount of open interest this morning so far. Oh, it's saying I didn't log into my broker. Oh, man. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it, as it could help somebody from getting into your account, prevent somebody from getting into your account. When you do set something up like that, make sure you have like a secondary phone number that you can send the code to, and just in case you something happens to your primary, and you can still get in. Let's see what we got going on here. I just logged into my account, so now I should be able to refresh this page. No problem. Highest amount of open interest so far for this week is at a $7 call strike price. That's about where it's been. There was 15.7 thousand contracts as of yesterday. Today there's 16.5. On puts, highest amount of open interest is at a $6.50 strike. That's what it was yesterday. It went from 9.4 thousand contracts to 8.9. So some positions were closed out in open interest. And give me a second here while I move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Hope you guys had a wonderful night last night. I fell asleep in a space call. Probably not something I should be proud of. Uh-oh. I just realized I got something messed up here. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on here. Taking you guys to the other page. The combined total of AMC and Ape added together is $7.58. You can see that in the pre-market this morning, we've taken a nice little jump up here. We did get this break out of this very long kind of consolidation period within this wedge that we had going on from yesterday. There was two different time periods that I felt that we would see a break yesterday. I think the first one was kind of like in this range right in here. I drew out a secondary point right here, and it didn't actually happen until the pre-market of this morning. But you can see the obvious breakout upwards in price out of this 1-day wedge, which I'm going to delete. I'll leave it here for now. I'm going to pull this chart out here just a little bit. I have the harmonic patterns set up on this, and I just want to see if there's any harmonic patterns that are starting to form because of the price movement currently. And I'm going to try a couple. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I don't know that. I'm looking to see if it's going to do it with AMC plus Ape added together, if it's going to signal any of these or trigger any of these harmonic patterns to show up here. So I've looked at 1 hour, 4 hour, and 1 minute, and nothing. Let me just check out one more thing. I'm going to move down to maybe a 15-minute here. Nothing showing up on 15-minute either. It could be just because of the fact that it's AMC plus Ape and it's throwing it off. I'm not sure how it's going to work here, but I don't see any signals at all from the harmonic patterns. So we'll have to check that and see if that indicator works for. I'm hoping at some point we'll see one of those indicators pop up here, but I'm not seeing it right now. Let's take a look at Ortex. Ortex is reporting 19.99% short share interest of the free float this morning. Let me erase some of my data here from yesterday and start writing down some new numbers here. Here's our utilization for that 188 straight trading days of 100% utilization. We're going to zoom in just a tad and check out on loan amounts increasing. Day over day, we went from 177.85 to 179.76, which is 1.9 million shares added in new loans. Let me write that down. Usually, Ortex will just kind of give this spit out a number and say, well, you probably saw about a third of that in short interest, new short interest. So here's your new value. So let's just check and see what it's saying though. It raised the short share interest of the free float from 19.87 to 19.99, which is a 0.12% increase. That's going to be 620,000 shares of the free float of new added short interest. I don't know why I said of the free float. Ignore that. Basically 620,000. So if you subtract 2 digits off of that, that's basically 6,200 new contracts in short interest in the last day, is what they're estimating. Taking a look at, let's see what else was there. Oh yeah, with 1.9 million new shares on loan, that should decrease the on loan average age per day, unless there's really super old loans out there that you end up needing to see more than just 1.9 million. It looks like it did slightly decrease. It went from 75.64 to 75.42, so very, very, very small decrease, hardly even noticeable. And then the security lending volume day over day was a slight increase from 5.56 million to 6.41 million. Taking a look at Ape. Total amount of short share interest of the free float estimated is at 8.72. Here's what our utilization for Ape looks like over time. We're still seeing an upwards trend here. We went from 76.83% to 78.2%. On loan amount, that probably means that increased. It did. The on loan amount on Ape increased from 37.08 million to 37.63. I'm just going to call that, let's just call it 500,000 shares. It's close enough. Half a million shares, new shares on loan probably will not decrease the on loan average age per day. That should still be heading upwards very slightly. It went from 14.8 to 14.9. Remember, I need to see 2 days of upwards momentum on this indicator for me to start a countdown timer of 15 trading days before we see a large increase in price. So if we have another up day on loan average age per day, I would suggest that there may be some significant price increase incoming. Taking a look at estimated short share interest of the free float, it rose day over day from, let's see here, 8.67 to 8.72, and security lending volume day over day was a decrease from, let's see here, 14.68 to 7.4 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. This is only for the last 4 minutes of settlements that the new SEC rules allow for. So in these last 4 minutes of settlements, I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME is on the list, and they're the only ones that are on the list. They were not on the list like all day long yesterday, which means that it looks like Fidelity may have chose to save a lot of their orders to close for the end of the day, as they had a 57% buy to 42% sell ratio on those. So they may have been collecting. Actually, I don't know the reason why they wait so long to put the orders through. Maybe they're looking for better price improvement and they couldn't find it. I don't know. But GME had a better buy to sell ratio on those orders. I'd rather see 60-40 or better, but it was close. SSR trips today at $5.13 for AMC. For Ape, I have not figured it out yet, so let me pull up my little calculator. Today, Ape, SSR was on yesterday. Since 2 days ago, it tripped with a decrease of 10% in value. Today, it would trip at 1.467. Not a whole lot of shares left to borrow as of yesterday. They did return some. There's like 350,000. Looks like they actually returned some more shares overnight. Early this morning at 7 o'clock this morning, they returned another 50,000 shares, and they borrowed every single penny of them. So, and I'm going to round this up here and not include. I'm going to include that 10,000 in the borrow. I usually round to the nearest 50,000. So 400,000 shares borrowed so far this morning already. It was yesterday. There was only 250,000 shares borrowed for the day. Fees are at 15.8% fee. It looks like they've updated the options data that's reporting on Stonko Tracker, as this was not reporting correctly yesterday. Currently, it's saying, and I think these numbers look a little more accurate. Currently, it's saying 102.6 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls, versus 5.5 thousand contracts that are in the money, 14.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts, versus 23,000 contracts that are in the money. Futures on the markets are looking good. Right now, as it stands, I see the VIX is down 0.27 in the futures, and it looks like most of the markets are heading up somewhere between 0.5% and 1%. International markets were up yesterday, anywhere from, 0.25% all the way up to 5.36% for like the Hang Seng. The Hang Seng was up 5.36% yesterday. This is what I'm talking about. All the markets are going to be doing these big swings. One of the things you can tell that we're probably going to have an upwards momentum day to day is by looking at the dollar, and currently it's showing the dollar down 0.51%. So if the dollar is going down, the market should be heading up. SPY in the pre-market's up 0.83. Taking a look at some of these stocks that I've got on here, I've got Tesla up 1.65 in the pre-market. Amazon is up 1.34. Cinemark up 5.84. Doge is down 2.55. Bitcoin up 1.88. GameStop up 1.64. HYMC up 1.2. Hood up 1.22. CS up 0.75. NCMI up 0.93. Ape is up 4.91. And AMC is up 1.05. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. We ended up seeing roughly around, let's see here, $600,000 more inflow than outflow. So far this morning on AMC, we've seen about 22,000 shares traded. We've got about 14 minutes left here before our pokey stick of volume comes in. This is not a whole lot of volume right now, and even if pokey stick quadruples this, it still won't put us at enough volume for me to suggest anything more than a 10 to 30 million share traded day to day. So low volume again for another day. At least based off of what I'm seeing currently, we'll have to wait for that pokey stick of volume to come in. Taking a look at the hourly for AMC, we have more. This is a hard one to see. It looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.38, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.31, which is about average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.37, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape. Inflow versus outflow was $2.1 million more on inflow than outflow. I think we were buying the crap out of this yesterday, guys. We were buying the crap out of it, and I feel like one of the things I should have talked about maybe a little more heavily this morning, or maybe even should have had to do something with the title. But if you go back to yesterday's trading, we had from noon until market close a 1 penny difference in stock price, and it traded like this. I don't know about you guys, but some of the back roads that I have here in Texas are not good driving roads. If you tried to drink a cup of coffee that was full and you never actually took a single sip, you'd probably have half a cup of coffee by the time you got to your destination. So there are times where I wish our roads were as flat as this was. Because dang, I would love to drive across this road. This is so much more. The bottom side of this, I mean, it was just the whole thing was flat. They were trading essentially the open and closing price between this was 162 and 163 from noon, from 12:01 straight up until market close. I have a theory on this, and I don't. This is theory. Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. You can't see it, so I'm going to take you guys back to the other screen for just a second so you can see. I am throwing on the tinfoil hat. Tinfoil hat's on. So, and then I'll take you back to the other screen here. Actually, I'll just say it right here while you're watching me, so you can see this is tinfoil hat theory. Tinfoil hat theory. I told you guys that last. I think it was. Shoot, I want to say it was like the 27th of last month. Let me just check and verify real quick here. It was the 26th. The 26th of last month, I kind of suggested or hinted at the idea that I thought that there may have been some shares sold by Adam Aaron into the marketplace due to we saw a couple different things that gave me signs, and I listed them all out and came up with my thesis and posted it. And one of the big things for me is that we saw the level 2 order book that was struggling to have or even find any kind of volume suddenly have 10,000 thousands and thousands of shares on both the bid and ask side. And it just became extremely apparent that there was a bunch of new found liquidity in the market that hadn't been seen before. Let me tell you why I think this happened yesterday. I think Adam Aaron sold some more shares yesterday. And I think what happened is I think that I think institutions found the limit price that they were going to sell for, and I think they pinned the price to that limit. And then they sat there and traded it the entire day for 4 straight hours. They tied that price to right down to where, you know, the limit number that Adam Aaron probably approved. He probably put in, it said this limit value or higher, and they pinned it to this, and they basically sucked for 4 straight hours off the nipple of Adam Aaron. That's what I'm going to call it. I'm calling it this was the nipple suck of Adam Aaron of shares, and I think they wanted to pin this price right here because normally what would happen in a normal market condition where there isn't manipulation, when institutions start buying shares that are heavily needed, you would see a price rise, right? But there's no reason that you have volume, and there's volume in here, guys. There's legit volume that's occurring in here. I don't even know if I can. I wonder if I can look that up. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can pull that up on here. Let's pull this up and see if we can see how much volume there was during that period of time. I hope I can do this. 12:01. Close enough. 12. Yes, I can. I can see how much volume. This says 87,000. 87,000 shares were traded during that period of time, according to what I'm looking at here on Ape. I have a difficult time believing that that's the case because I know we traded like. I mean, you can see if I just hover over some of these data points here. I don't know. Maybe it is right. Let me go back to Webull and see if some of the minutes match up here. So I'm looking. Hold on a second. Let me. I am on a 1 minute scale here. I don't know. Let me go to 1252 and see if it matches on Webull for 6,000 shares traded. 1252, 6,000. No, it does not match. So TradingView's volume is not matching up with the volume that was reported on Webull, which Webull, as I well know, after having multiple conversations on why sometimes Webull's volume is different than other the other platforms, is that they count both off exchange and lit exchange volume all in the same amount. So in that minute, there was actually, I'm showing double the amount of volume that was shown on TradingView. So I'm not sure how much volume there was in here, but you can see that there was definitely some elevated spikes in volume throughout the day. And that's my tinfoil hat. Oh, you can't see the crap because I'm not showing it to you. Sorry. I forgot where I had you guys on. Yeah, so this is what it's reporting on TradingView. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but it's saying 87,000 shares. And then when I'm comparing it to Webull in here, I know I can just go straight to the same minute and see that the volume during that minute was higher. And there's some elevated points in time where there's some hundreds of thousands of shares that are being traded. So I think that's kind of what happened yesterday. I think they pinned the price down to 162. I think they were being sold at 163, the shares, and I think they pinned the price there to stop price discovery from happening as they collected up on shares. This is probably one of the finest examples of market manipulation I can possibly think of. If it's true, if we find out that Adam Aaron sold shares starting at noon on yesterday's date of 11/3, I mean, he's got a very, very strong case on his hands. Very strong of market manipulation here. You can't build a better picture. I probably should have talked about that more this morning, and I didn't. So, moving on. Let's take a look at Ape. We got, like I said, strong, huge amounts of buying pressure that came in yesterday. $2.1 million more in buying pressure than selling pressure. So yeah, and I think that helps support the idea that somebody was purchasing but pinning price to one spot. Volume yesterday, we don't see that. It's not it's very rare for us to see an inflow that's like 2.1 million higher than an outflow. So, something happened. A little something. 9.61 million, or sorry, 9,610 shares traded so far this morning on Ape. Pokey stick of volume still yet to come here. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 48.99, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.47, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 49.51, which is just about average. Taking a look at Ichimoku Cloud, on the hourly for Ape, yesterday's numbers that we needed to hit to see some amazing moves, and what I felt would probably be amazing moves in price, would have been $2.2 and $2.4. For the hourly, for the day-to-day, I want to note here that selling pressure, or it's not selling pressure, but the base has dropped below the conversion. Like, conversion didn't go above base. Base dropped below conversion. This is kind of an unusual move. It doesn't take much more to get the lagging line, which is right on the price line. We could just trade sideways from here on out, and we would probably, or maybe slightly up, and we would see lagging line above price line. This would immediately turn into a buy signal. However, we did print a TD9. That usually means a little bit of a correction in price, sometimes often as much as, well, in this particular case, it's already at the simple moving average. So seeing this come back down would be putting us back down at like the 157 range. We'll see what ends up happening here. Sometimes it cools off for just a period of time, and then it heads back up some more. But I see a buy signal, a strong buy signal forming at about a lower price than what it was yesterday, probably right around 170. Let's just make it 180. There should be a strong buy signal at 180 for outside investors. But it will subside as price moves up into this cloud here, that buying pressure. So you could see it die off at about, 180 to, well, actually about 185. So there's not a very big window in there. So it might get like a little tiny surge, push up into the cloud, and then kind of stall out leading into next week, which would put us above the cloud and would turn into a big buy signal. Looking at the 4 hour, we have conversion below base, lagging line is below price line, and we have a thinning portion of the cloud at the end portion of today, leading into Monday, which has a very thin portion of the cloud. Anything breaking above $2.35 would turn us into a massive buy on this. Yesterday it was 240, now it's down to 235. So first push comes at 180, but there's a stall out period between 180 and 235. If we can break that, that I'm going to call it a gray zone. If you break that gray zone of 180 to 235, which is a pretty big zone, then we could see some big movements going into the rest of the day today. However, I would be more inclined to say that what will end up happening is that if price is able to drive up above 180, it'll stall out until Monday, and then Monday will be the big moves. Taking a look at AMC on the hourly, Ichimoku, we have again bases coming down to crossover conversion. Conversion is on an incline though, but it has not crossed yet. Lagging line is still below price line. In order for this to become a strong buy signal, you're going to have to see price rising above $6.10. But it's same kind of situation where it would be driving up into the cloud and stalling out at about 610. So there's not really a big buy window in here. The only way it's going to be able to really drive up in price is if it gets over 655, at least on the 1 hour. Let's take a look at the 4 hour. On the 4 hour, you've got conversion well below base. You've got lagging line below price line. And we don't have a red cloud forming until Wednesday of next week. It's rare, but you can have price moving up through green clouds. So if price were to move up here to break the green cloud for the day-to-day, we would have to see a price over 665. So that's what we're looking for, guys. If we manage to break 665 on AMC by the end of the day today, or anytime before, we'll be seeing some big price running, especially with price driving up through a green cloud like that. It'll show heavy signs of strength. What did I say price? 665? No, 650. Yeah, I'm gonna. So I wrote 655 for the 1 hour, but it's 665 for the. So I'm just gonna put in 670. Anything above 670 is gonna turn into a big buy signal. And we just had our pokey stick of volume come in. Let's see here. We had about 51,000 shares traded in on AMC, which would be about double what our pre-market volume was leading into it. As our total volume right now is at 76,000 shares having been traded. That again, like I said before, I don't see anything more than 10 to 30 million shares traded. It's going to be a low volume day today. On Ape, 59.4 thousand for the Pokey Stick itself, 69,000 going in, or as of right now, which means we had about 10,000 shares going into it. So again, very low volume on Ape as well. 5 to 25 million. Can't predict anything more than that based off of these pre-market volume movements. And let's see here. All right. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Jojo, so what you need to understand is you need to understand volume levels. So the first thing I saw was why would he sell at 163? That it's that insane. So what you need to realize, Jojo, is that the theory is when Adam Aaron sells shares into the market, and it doesn't have to be massive quantities, but if he sells a little bit of shares at a time, it forces buying pressure. That's what should happen in a normal market. Institutions would want to buy those shares to utilize those shares in a way of making markets and for whatever reasons, shorting or whatever it is that they want to use the shares for. So the idea is, and I'm not saying he went out there and sold the 200 and what is it, 225 million shares that he's got available to sell. I'm saying he went out there and sold like small quantities to try and get price discovery by having institutions buying shares. So why would he sell at $1.63? Because he's trying to get some momentum in price movement upwards by selling into the market and enforcing forced buying. But it's not happening because they pinned the price exactly where they wanted it to meet the limit order that I felt that they were being sold at. So that's why. And we're talking like probably in the range of less than a million or two shares of sold shares by AMC, because it doesn't look like it was a whole lot. I mean, we only had 10 million shares traded yesterday, so it would be a very low number, whatever it was that he sold. It seems to me like you're thinking like massive, massive numbers, and it's not. MCon says, has anyone deciphered Adam Aaron's latest tweet? Let me go over there and check and see what he's got in here. I don't I don't know that there's always anything to be deciphered, but I'm definitely willing to put on a tinfoil hat from time to time. All right, here we go. It says here, it's flattering to report that along with a few wheelchair and companion availabilities, there are just 2 seats left for my London-hosted screening on Monday, November 14th at Odeon Lux Holloway of Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. So we'll add a second showtime that night. More details soon. And he put almost sold out. And it may simply just be just that. There are some watermarks on this image. 123RF. We've seen watermark images on some of the previous pictures that he's put out there before. I don't know. I know what people are gonna say. I know what people are gonna say about it though. They're gonna assume it has something to do with him selling shares. Yukon says, anyone else been getting scam phishing emails from foreign hackers? I've noticed an uptick for me over the last week. Don't click on any of the attachments, or else they will have access to your computer. Yeah, be really, really, really careful, guys, about what you're clicking on right now. Apex, good morning. Pork Chopper, good morning. Been away for you have been away for a little while. It's been a hot minute. It's good to see you back. Been away for a while as I lost hope, but still love you. Hope you and the wife are well. Take care, bud. We're still here, man. Still here, doing the thing, man. I'm my faith and conviction remains strong. Mitch says 2 seats, 2 weeks. Oh man. I feel like I'm laughing at that maybe for different reasons than you are, but I'm not positive. MCon said also 18 stars. I did not count the stars on that. Let me see here. I'll take your word for it, but I didn't even see. I guess I didn't even see the stars. Oh, okay, those stars. Got it. 14 stars. Oh, 18 stars. Sorry, 18 stars. Ice Cream says it probably was not Adam Aaron. Could anyone else have been selling? It's possible. It is very possible, Ice Cream, that could be the case. You know, there could have been an institution that was selling off a position. As we saw about 500,000, but those 13 Fs that usually come through on Fintel are usually delayed numbers. So I would suggest that, you know, we wouldn't, if it was an institution that was selling ice cream, we won't know it until they file their 13F, which would probably be, 90 days from now or so. Actually, it could be less than that. It could be about 60 days from now. Roseanne, good morning. Roseanne says, I could not find Bigham's video last night. Did he do a video? Let me check it out and see. Let's see here. I see one from 8 hours ago. So if he did it like super, super late at night. Maybe that's why you didn't see it. Give me a second here and I'll post you the link to it. It looks like it's about an hour and hour and 10 minutes long. So I could post that to you here. Normally, and that's actually I'm glad you said that, Roseanne. Um, Somebody freaked me out the other day. They said, Casey, what happened to all your videos? They seem to have disappeared from like the last 3 months or so ago. And I freaked out. I was like, no. So I went immediately online to look. Whenever you go to somebody's homepage, guys, you got to remember that don't sit on their home. Go to the live section. Like you want to go check out the live videos. At least for somebody like me. I don't know if that's always the case for Bigums, but go to the live section. There's tabs up top that say home, videos, live, playlists, community, channels, about. Go to the live section and check that first. If not there, then you would probably go to videos. Eh, even videos doesn't. It depends on how he sets it up. Speaking of which, I feel like maybe I should change mine. Because mine actually, on my homepage, it goes interviews and presentations, popular uploads, then past live streams. I think I'm going to move past live streams to the top, just because I know that sometimes people want to go straight to the last live, and that's what they want the most. So I just updated mine so that when you go to my homepage, uh, you should see most current live videos first. Man, I got so scared when I don't remember who said it, but it freaked me out. I thought maybe for sure I'd lost like 3 or 4 months worth of live streams. I was like, no, please don't be the case. That's one of those. Oh, I better not say that. I'll say it. I'm risky. That's one of those things would make me want to just quit. I would just be like devastated. I would be like, it would make me feel like, what's the point? NJ Fishkiller says, Morning, Casey. I heard what you were saying about tinfoil hat and barcoding yesterday. I don't think it can be insiders selling because they're restricted trading period. Earnings are coming out. Hmm. Hmm. What is the time frame on the restricted period? Is it 60 days or is it 30 days? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's still too early in the morning for me to remember. Let me just look up quiet periods. Mm, I don't know. I'd have to look into that a little bit. I know what you're saying is correct. But that's the quiet periods, I think, are more for selling by insiders. The company is not really considered an insider. The company is the company, right? So, if the company decides to sell shares, that should be different than an insider selling shares because, the company, I think, let me think about that for a second. That might fall under the same rules. If the company, so here's the difference. Let me explain the difference of what it is when you're talking about a quiet period. If a well, I don't know, that might still apply. If an insider knew that something bad was coming for stock, and they decided to sell within a very short period of time prior to a quarterly report, then it would be more than likely the fact because they knew the price was going to drop and they wanted to get the current value before, and that's considered insider trading. Now, when it comes to a share offering for a company to try to um, earn money off of a share offering, I think it might be seen a little bit differently. I'm not positive. I'm gonna have to dig into some of the rules and see if there, who has to abide by quiet periods. But I don't know. That's kind of one of those gray areas where I'd have to check it up and go see for sure what the rules apply to. One second here. Okay, what is a quiet period? We got the second situation when a quiet period is enforced applies to the companies whose stock shares are already being publicly traded. Specifically, it pertains to the time periods when publicly traded company quarterly earning reports are published. This is for IPOs. That does not apply. Okay, so the second type of quiet period is one enforced around the time when a publicly traded company releases its quarterly earning reports. Earning reports often have a substantial impact on stocks. Get out of here, advertisement. Let's see here. Thus, the SEC again has a vested interest in trying to assure a level playing field that no investors have an advantage or be at a disadvantage due to advanced information about earnings reports leaking out to some people early. It says again, okay, so here we go. The earnings report quiet period is applied to the time frame that covers the 4-week period that precedes the end of a company's fiscal quarter and extends to the actual date and time of the earnings report being released. Most companies release their earnings reports within a month or two of the end of the quarter. Again, the quiet period prohibition is essentially enforced against anyone, it says anyone, who works for the company or who is connected to the company in a manner that may provide them access to inside information, that is material, non-public information. The SEC has laid down very specific rules regarding the dissemination of information contained in quarterly earning reports. A company must adequately publicize its upcoming earnings report and the accompanying analyst meeting or conference call to discuss the report by doing all the following. I don't see anything in here, and of course, this is not the actual rules. This is just more commentary than anything. But I don't know that it would be seen as the same thing. a share offering by the company may be different than insider trading. That may not be subject to a quiet period. Monty, I got you down 603 to 903. Bjork says 69 USD before close. I like where you're going, Bjork. 7:21 here. I'm gonna try and take my break at 7:30. I was telling my wife yesterday, I was like, I took the break like way too late, and I looked at the time and I was like, oh man, I gotta go back already. And she's like, well, it's because it's your own fault. You take your break too late. Ice Cream says it's flattering to quote report that along with a few wheelchair, reverses WEF World Economic Forum report. What are the odds of that? I don't even eat. I don't eat in the mornings, Jack. The reason for it is that it ruins my eating schedule. So I usually just drink coffee. I can only eat like twice a day. I usually have like lunch at around like my first break at 11:20, and then dinner. That's about it for me. CPE, good morning. Corbin Dallas says, I wish there was a political quiet period before elections. Yeah, yeah, that actually kind of does sound like a fun idea. Jack Wolf says, coffee here also. Yeah, coffee. And then Brian's saying coffee and donuts. Coffee. Coffee. Gotta have your coffee. Let me check out the markets and see what the futures are looking like now. I just want to see if there's any updates here. Still showing somewhere between a half and a full percent. Actually, it's more like a half and 3/4% up in the pre-market right now for the futures. Björk says, "Have you ever had a cronut?" I've never had that. Sounds nutty. Dutch says fasting helps with ADHD. Really? That's interesting, Dutch. I've never so I've done this a lot of my entire life. Um, and I used to get crap from people all the time about it. Like, you need to eat more often. You need to eat more often. You need to eat like smaller portions, like, 5 or 6 times a day, fistful size of food 5 or 6 times a day. And I'm like, it doesn't work for me. They're like, well, you're allowing your insulin levels to drop to dangerous low levels and then spike and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, well, it works for me. I know it works. I feel better when I do these, two meals a day kind of thing. And I don't I don't like eat like tons either. I eat as much as I feel like eating, and it's not usually that much. So it's just really bad. Whatever it is I'm eating, it's bad. But I've been doing it my whole life, and it works for me. And I just don't. I've tried the whole intermittent eating 5, 6 times a day in small handful sizes, and I just can't do it. It doesn't work for me. Yeah, Marvin, I discussed CNK I think 2 days ago or whenever it went up initially. I quite frankly think that somebody's trying to prevent a cheap buyout from occurring, and so they raised the price of the stock. Because if you look at it, if you look at the market cap on it, it was about $2.5 billion just prior to that run up that you're referring to, and it was more than 6.5%, I believe. It was much, much more than that, and because it went from $2 and like I don't know what it was, $2 and or no, that was it Cinemark? Oh no, I'm talking about Sin. I'm talking about Sin World. I'm sorry. I'm talking about Sin. CINE. You're talking about Cinemark. That's totally different. Okay. Earnings reports were not. They didn't beat earnings reports, and it still went up in value, huh? Estimated EPS was negative 0.1394. Yeah. Well, we know it's rigged. Sorry. Sorry, Marvin. I was thinking of CINE when I was saying what I was saying. My bad. Still waking up here, I guess. All I can say, Uncle, is that I do what feels right for me, right? If my body's telling me that it feels okay to do something, then I just do it. So, and I've never had problems eating twice a day, and it's just worked for me. So I just do it. I like to. I'm a strong believer in listening to your body. When your body tells you you need something, you crave it, right? If you have a craving for something, go eat it. There's probably something in the food that you're craving that your body really, really wants bad. And I'm just suggesting like good things. But sometimes you crave broccoli, or maybe you might crave like chocolate, or you crave I don't know, whatever it is that you're craving. Like a Snickers bar. Provided that it's healthy, if you have a craving for something, then more than likely you're deficient in something that your body wants. And so if you listen to your body and let it tell you what you're deficient in and what you need, it's easy. Corbin says master your own domain. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. Like listen to what your body is telling you. When you desire something, there's a reason for it. But portion control, I think portion control is a big thing too, though. You shouldn't go overboard. I used to have a chiropractor friend, or not chiropractor. No, yeah, no, he was chiropractor. A chiropractor friend who we were talking one day about nutrition, and he called it portion distortion. And I thought that was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. I was like, I've never heard somebody refer to it as portion distortion. But yeah, I mean, like you don't your portion sizes make a difference. Like don't sit there and like overeat stuff. You need to make sure and control. There are certain things in foods that will cause you to eat longer than you're supposed to. So eat a little bit, wait a little while, see if you still want more, and then go back for it. Mitch says my body craves a squeeze. I'll give you a hug, Mitch. I'm man enough to give you a hug. All right, Jay says it's break time. Apex says my sodium levels must be real low. I eat ramen almost daily. Do you desire though? Do you desire to eat ramen on a daily basis, Apex? That's the difference. All right, I'm gonna take a break here. Nat Nail, I have no idea, man. I have no ideas. The FTDs and Ape are clearly being parked somewhere. Hmm. I don't know where I stand on that comment. Some parts of me wants to agree with you, but I'm not entirely in agreement. But that doesn't really matter. I think what you're trying to suggest is which, what do I think is going to run to higher numbers? That's really the meat of your question, and I really can't answer that because I really don't know. My suggestion would be is that usually whatever has the highest amount of short interest will have the opportunity or ability to be able to run higher. But the second portion of what it is that you said right there clearly is telling me that you want to assume that there's more additional short interest that's out there that's not being reported, and that may be the case. I'm not saying it's not, but if you don't know what it is, how do you know how much to account on for that needs to be recovered in order to close out their positions? Swap baskets, yeah. Like, how are you going to know? How do you know where that is? You don't know what the numbers are because if they're hidden and you can't see it, then you have no idea. So there's no way for me to give you an answer based on the conditions that you're providing for me. There's no way I can give you an answer because I can't tell you how much is hidden. But I would say that whatever has the highest short interest will be the one that goes higher. Hey, censored content. Night shifts are awesome, aren't they? Less people. I loved them my whole life. It's fun. It's fun working with and not having to deal with crap. All right, I'm gonna head out of here, guys. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, Nat Nail. That I wish I could give you like a better answer than that. The problem is it's like you're giving me you're giving a question that's it's impossible to come up with an answer for because if I assume that there are hidden amounts of failure to delivers or short interest that's in existence that's out there, there's just absolutely no way for me to know. Um, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. Alrighty, guys. I will see you back 15 minutes before market opens. Before I leave, I'm going to go ahead and just mention that Ape is trading currently at $1.72. It's up 5.52% this morning in the pre-market. AMC is trading at $5.75, which is up 0.88%. And I will see you guys in a bit.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alrighty, so I'm looking at the values right now for my price prediction, and I think there's a good chance that AMC probably closes at around 6 to 650, somewhere in that range. So I'm gonna go ahead and try and um, guess the bottom side of that. So let's see here. So let's just go with I'm gonna go with 605 on AMC for closing, and then for Ape, what did I say? 180 would be a good strong stopping point. I'm gonna go with 180. Let's see. So 180. If I went with 180, what would be the combined price here? 785 would be the combined price, and then do the swing off of that. So we're looking at 635. I think my prediction is going to be 635 to 935. Final answer. And I hope I'm pleasantly wrong and that it's much, much higher. Let's see here. Let me see what you guys are saying real quick. Hold on a second. Marvin says, "Do you guys believe they are covering daily? That's we see these small 5% gain, then drop 10% next few days. They never will close their position. So they do close on a daily basis, Marvin. It's you can see that happening all the time. Every single day, there's daily closing positions. It's been very rare that we don't see any closing positions. It does happen. It's not very often, but there's on a daily basis, there's always closing positions. But there's also new opening positions as well on a daily basis, and that's something that you have to take into consideration. And then, so let's see. So what are you saying? Small 5% gain on, and then drop 10% next few days. They will never close their position. That's part of the whole point. So part of the recipe of shorting a company into bankruptcy is that once you make a really large bet like they have, Marvin, they either sink or swim on this, and they're either gonna fail and go bankrupt themselves, or they're going to win by bankrupting the company. There is no in between for a position that they've taken of this size. So they're either going to stand or they're going to die on this hill. So they will always continuously open up more shorting positions because the only way that they can possibly win this is to continue to short it as the price moves down. So I'm not sure exactly what it is that you're trying to suggest, but that's always the case. Chad says Casey, Warner Brothers came out, said streaming is over, movies and content has to go to the theaters. That's awesome, Chad. I love hearing that. Yeah, bird eye view photography. It is pretty amazing. We've looked at it before in the past at the institutional ownership on that one. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Brian's all they live or die. It's a game of skate or die. Skate or die. You guys ever play that video game when you're growing up? I used to love that. And those bees chasing you around. Oh, I hated those bees with a passion. Jay, you just wait. Pantheon and I are we're gonna work on something that's actually gonna make that funnier than you could possibly imagine. What you just said right there. Walt says, "Does anyone know who Pele is?" Yeah, the soccer player. I'm assuming you're talking about the soccer player. Joe even said it. Pele is a soccer legend from Brazil. That's who I know as Pele. Growing up, I don't know if I'm sure there's got to be other Pelés. Good morning, Maggie. Doug, good morning to you. I mean, it is possible, Doug, but we're gonna have to hit some key numbers though, and they seem a little far out of reach. For example, for AMC, it's going to be $6.70, and we're at 583 right now, so we're looking at like almost a buck increase. The other one for Ape is going to be $1.80 and 235, and everything in between is a gray window of uncertainty. So, and we're really sitting smack dab right on top of that practically because we're at 1.71. Once we break that 180, we kind of break into this like gray territory where it's going to stall out. So I'm kind of leaning more towards upwards momentum today, giving us at least maybe a little bit of a green day today, and then as you well know, or at least many people know, that whenever we have green Fridays, it leads to one of our best chances of having a green day following a Friday, which is in this case will be a Monday, not a Tuesday, because we have no holiday this weekend. But green Fridays, have the largest percentage at having green Mondays out of any other possible outcome. Point Break Thor says, I used to be called Peg Leg in college. I don't even want to know why. Down We Go says, a green day? Well, I mean, it's kind of shaping up that way right now, especially with the VIX being down 2.25%. Most of the market right now is looking at earlier this morning, we're at anywhere from 0.5 to basically a half to 0.75% up, and now it's actually looking like a 1 to 1.75% up, 1.25 to 1.75% up on the market. So as of right now, and I know these swings are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, but if you look at the overseas numbers, they actually did well too. But I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at Ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Forward yesterday makes me wanna stay. What they said was real makes me wanna steal. Living under house, guess I'm living out a mouse. All's I got's is time, got the meaning just a rhyme. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Feeling uninspired, think I'll start a fire. Everybody run, Bobby's got a gun. Think you're kinda neat, then she tells me I'm a creep. Friends don't mean a thing, guess I'll leave it up to me, yeah. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand, guess I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand, guess I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So, the title for the day today is Who Knew the Market Was a Swinger? I don't know why I put in titles like this when I know my mom watches. I have no idea why I do this, but I do. And so let me tell you why. There's going to be some super volatile swings in this market. You're going to see them playing out, and as they happen, it's going to be something impressive to see. So yesterday, the closing prices in some of the other markets on the international markets were up as high as 5% for the day yesterday. Considering the fact how much we were down in across the board, I think yesterday, I think we're going to see these much bigger swings in price movements. And essentially, what you're going to have happen is you're going to have institutions that are in the marketplace that are getting priced out, and they won't be able to control their positions, and you're going to start seeing basically the big fish wanting to sort out who's going to still be able to be a player and who's not going to be able to be a player within this market. As the volatility gets larger and larger as we go, you're going to see these big price swings that become larger and larger, and it's going to be much harder for people to kind of gauge where things are moving to, and you're going to see chaos happening in the market. Now, right off the bat here, you can see that the amount of volatility that's going on with Ape is super high. But notice it's on low volume though. 2.3 million shares traded in nearly 20 minutes, right? So if you were to do the math on that real quick here, let's see here. We're only 19 minutes into this with 2.3 million. So 2.3 divided by 19 times 390. We're on pace for like 47.2 million shares by the end of the day today. But of course, that's going to slow down as time moves forward. And that's really not a whole lot, right? Because normally, I think about by the time we hit 9 o'clock, we'll maybe be lucky if we see 4 million shares traded. And then after 30 minutes, when you do 4 divided by 30, that's going to be 52 million. That's actually a better pace. That's not right. Hold on a second here. 30 minutes of trading, is that right? 30 minutes, that is right. That's got to be right. 30 divided by 4. No. Oops. Oh man, I cannot math this morning. Let's see here. We got in 30 minutes in. If we're 30 minutes into this and we're 4 million shares traded, yeah, it's going to be an average pace of 52 million shares, and that's going to slow down throughout the day. So I don't really feel like this is a very fast pace on volume for the day today, because I think we'll probably end up seeing, well, somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded for the day today. So we're not moving on huge amounts of volume here. And a true sell-off, a real sell-off in price movement would come with high amounts of volume. So these are artificial movements in prices. This is not indicative of a real sell-off. Normally in a real sell-off, what you would see is large amounts of volume, not small amounts of volume. As well for AMC, we've got 1.67 million shares traded, which is even less. So Ape's got a little bit more volume going on than AMC, but it's not nearly as much as what it should be, especially if it's moving down in price this much. We've gone down, I think in pre-market we were like up 5%, and now we're down 3.71, an 8% swing in price, and yet there's only 2.3 million shares traded. It's not much volume. So I don't really see this kind of volatility is not indicative of what's actually happening. Gorilla Gardener said liquidations. Did I say? No, it was 19 minutes in. Oh, you're right. It was 9 minutes in. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. It was 9 minutes in. Hold on, let me do the math again. Well, that's just going to make it worse. It's going to make it worse in favor of making it look like more volume, but it's not. It's not more volume though. 2.3 million after 10 minutes is I don't, it seems like a lot, but I don't think we're going to hit even 4 million by the time we hit 9 a.m. We still got 20 minutes left to go here, but you're not wrong though. It was only 9 minutes. I don't know why I was thinking it was 19. Let me see here. Yeah, because we're 15 minutes out. We're 15 minutes out. We're at 2.8 million shares traded so far. Because essentially what's going to happen now is now that they've dropped the price to 1.54, they're going to try and reduce volume. And so you're going to see volume start dropping off as they try to make the price stick and hold. And you're going to watch volatility drop off. And then it's just basically going to trade sideways. And then once they get volume under control with the drop in price, then they just, they can control price much easier with lower amounts of volume. So basically, this is the way the market tries to attempt or dissuade investors from investing in. Drop it, a large portion right off the beginning of the get-go and reduce the volume influx that's happening. Jana says, Casey, how can we reach the bottom of the market before AMC and GME and the short squeeze? We won't. We won't, Jana. The bottom will come in after. And the reason I say that is because more than likely most of the investors who make a lot of money on any kind of any squeezes that occur, when they do occur, more than likely a lot of people will not trust the market and pull their money out. And so you'll see this big vacuum of money being pulled out of the market, and that's when the market will truly start heading for a true bottom. Yes, I did see Adam Aaron's tweet. We read it off a little bit earlier ago, and I don't know. I'm not going to put a whole lot of faith into like reading into this too much here because I actually don't. I didn't look to see how many seats they really have left or anything, but I know a lot of people want to kind of try to read into this a little bit. But 12 hours ago, he posted. Actually, it's probably more time. I didn't refresh it, but let's see. He posted it. Yeah, 12 hours ago. It's flattering to report that along with a few wheelchair and companion availabilities, there are just 2 seats left in my London-hosted screening on Monday, November 14th at the Odeon Lux Holloway of Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So we'll add a second showtime that night. More details soon. And then he posted a picture of almost sold out. When some people were noticing that the amount of stars was 18 stars. Some people were noticing well, I think I may have been the one that noticed, but I'm sure other people noticed as well that there were watermarks on it as well. I think we've seen these or similar watermarks listed on one of his previous posts. If you guys remember that sailing picture where he said it's going to be smooth sailing and it was like a boat. I'm pretty sure this 123 RF was the same place that the image or the same watermark image that was given from where that image was pulled as well. I don't know if you guys remember that smooth sailing or not picture, but it was quite a while ago. It was just this picture of a boat, I believe, with like maybe like a rainbow or something like that. I forget what it was, but Deborah says she opened up her fortune cookie this morning from supper from last night. You are entering a victorious chapter. Stay present. Uh, Deborah, did you eat the cookie before you read the fortune? That's all I need to know. Jabib says it's a free image website. Why are they putting watermarks on it then? Sai says the market is rigged. It's not fair. Every AMC bag holder when the stock takes another nosedive. Welcome to the channel, Size. Oh, that's funny. It's priceless. It's good stuff. Yep, proud, Bjork. Add proud to that. Proud bag holders representing. Deborah, so you got to eat the cookie. If you don't eat the cookie before you read the fortune, then the fortune won't come true. So if you didn't eat the cookie first, it's not you get that fortune cookie. Yeah, unfortunately, that fortune is null and void. She said, "Oh no, not fair. You gotta eat those cookies first, man. If you don't eat if you don't eat the cookie and you skip straight to the fortune, then you're not gonna get what it says." Tana says, "I never eat the cookie." Well, that's what she said. I'm just kidding. I had to go there. 8:48, guys. 12 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. So far here, we've got 3.38 million on Ape. That volatility is starting to make that heading towards reduced volatility. Price is starting to come back up. It didn't quite make it to SSR tripping level, which is at 1.467. The VIX is still showing down 2.25%. The futures on the markets, hold on a second here. Let me just pull it back up. The future on the markets are still showing about anywhere from 1 to 1.25% up right now. And the future on the VIX is showing up, down rather, 1.32%. So yeah, it's still showing strength in the market right now. Deborah says, it's okay, I've got another one, haven't eaten it yet. Justin says, how long do you think it will take from the top to the run up following the top? It's difficult to say, man. It's really, really difficult to say. It all depends on volume. There's no way. I mean, there's just absolutely no way for me to predict that. If you're trying to guess, like, you know, how long will it last for? I'll tell you, it's going to be days. I can tell you that it's not going to be something that happens overnight. I mean, you can just go back and you can look at what happened with GME as a kind of like an indicator as to how long it may take. But I would, it's going to take days. I would expect far more time than what we've been conditioned to. Bjork saying it will be weeks. I don't want to say that it's going to be weeks, but I would say at least it could be at least a week, more likely than not. However, the one thing that we've been conditioned to believe is that this is going to be over really, really quickly. Some of the things that have been happening in the market lately have been conditioning events to make you believe that price movements are going to be quick and over faster than you can take a bathroom break, and that's just not the case. Yes, the dramatic swings will be very, very quick, but the total amount of time that everything progresses for will take much, much longer than you would probably think. Bird Eye Photography says, Casey, at the start of this year, I wrote on a piece of tape, November 19th, AMC. That's when I figured the squeeze would start. November the 19th. If you go back to November, mid-November of this last year, there was something that significantly happened during that period of time. And I don't know if you guys recall this or not. I'm going to get rid of a lot of my. I'm going to take you to one single screen here. And I'm going to get rid of a lot of this information that's on here. And of course, remember that price is altered now because of the dividend issuance. But I want to drive you back to November right here. This is where we start our big fall in price. November, right around, you said the 19th, but the big drop, I would say, started probably around the 16th or 17th. And the price started falling. We later found out that the institutional sell-off and buyback occurred during this period of time in this quarter. And I'm pretty sure that this is the beginning of that period. And then they bought back in some shares here, perhaps between 12.6 and 12.8. Then the price fell one more time, a second time. They did buy some more shares back here as well at 12.14 to 12.21, and then the final plunge and kind of consolidation period happening up until January 28th. So the reason I'm pointing this out to you is that some of the repositioning of institutions that are losing money happens during this period of time, from starting mid-November leading to the end of the year. And what I'm trying to say to you is that there's likely going to be institutions who are selling off their positions and getting back in at a lower price if they can. That may actually trigger some forced buying on the marketplace as that happens, but that is right around the corner here. We did touch off that 21.5% failure point on the synthetic price failure this morning at 5. We actually dropped right down to 568, bounced off of 568, and are heading back upwards for AMC. Let's see what's going on here with Ape. On Ape, we did not trigger SSR, but we did find a level of support at 152 and kind of bounced off that. Looks like they may try to retest this down a little bit further here. Bird Eye View Photography says, what I wonder is when you average down shares and your older shares come up in price, if you hold from original, do those shares disappear? I'm really confused by what you're asking there. I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking. Suit said, Casey, talk about conditioning. A week ago, I made a wish on a shooting star. Instead of asking for MOASS tomorrow, I wish for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, man. It is a thing. It's a different mindset, right? It's essentially basically saying like, time is not, it's not against us. Time is not something that we should be worried about. Time is something that somebody else has to worry about. And that's why 2 weeks, I think, is effective. Bird Eye View says old shares win this for us. Okay, here. I think people need to buy with new brokerage accounts and not average down over and over, making shares less old. Okay, so if people are doing so it sounds to me like you're saying people are averaging down on their they're selling their positions and then averaging down and getting a better value for the amount of shares that they have. And basically what that is kind of swing trading a little bit. trying to increase your position by buying it, selling, and then buying it at lower prices. And one of the that there you would be making some probably very bad financial decisions by doing such a thing. Number one, it reduces it resets every time you do that. It resets the time that you have for your uh, man. It is too early in the morning for me. Your long-term capital gains exemption that you could or short-term, I'm sorry, short-term capital gains exemption that you would get after holding your position for a single year. That's number one. That would be one of the very first things that would be really wrong. Number two is that any money that you would have made on doing such a thing, there could be some taxation penalties that you would incur by doing such a thing. So just kind of take that into account when you're doing those kind of things. I'm not going to give you tax advice or tell you how to spend your money. That's obviously going to be your choice. But there are going to be negative drawbacks to trying to do such a thing. Some brokers do allow you to sell specific shares, though, Bird Eye. That's not exactly true. I know, for example, I don't know all the brokers and how they do it, but on Fidelity, you can pick specific shares to sell off. So I just want to mention that, that's not entirely true. Yeah, and Cuddy Cut is talking about the tax lot. Yeah, you should be able to select which ones are purchased and sold through some brokers. I don't know all the brokers. I haven't traded through all the brokers that are out there, so I have no idea if that's the case for everybody. Jeff says, when Ape was released, did those who loaned out AMC shares get nothing? If so, could those who borrowed the shares and received Ape sell them back the original owners of the AMC? So, Jeff, what happens when you loan? Sorry, I said the wrong word. When you loan out a share and a dividend occurs, especially like the one that we had, you would be paid cash in lieu of. So you would receive something, but you would not receive shares. You would have received, whoever lent the shares from you would have sent you cash in equivalent value of what it was that you should have gotten in shares. The institution that loaned the shares wouldn't be receiving additional shares on top of that. They would just simply owe for what it was that they had borrowed. Savvy says we need ape insurance after this. Yes. Yes, we do, Savvy, and my hopes is that after this is all said and done, I want to make sure that we have a community that we can go to and put something together. I don't have anything planned out. I have ideas on things that we could do. I think that as an ape community, we could probably band together to put together some kind of insurance plan that could work for everybody. But of course, it's not going to work for everyone because there are people obviously outside of North America. So people within other countries would have to band together from those countries to put something together for where it is that they live. But my hopes is that we can put together a community that's really strong of apes and we could work on things like that. Because I agree with you, we are going to need insurance after this is over. For those of us who are going to be quitting jobs and whatnot, insurance is definitely going to be right up there. So we'll talk about that later. That's not something I really want to talk about now. And I don't have any specific plans. I think that we need to have a place where we can kind of get together and talk and plan ways of being able to beneficially help ourselves as a community. I mean, we've been in this entire process together for so long there's no reason why we couldn't band together and continue to make things beneficial for ourselves for the future as well. Yeah, so we also saw, and I'm going to pull it up here real quick. The U.S. dollar is down today, 0.9%. I've got a little bit of a window here as to where I thought we would break out at. It still has not broken into. There's not a full candlestick that made it out of my trend that I've got going on here. I think we're going to see consolidation because I kind of feel like I identified what appears to be perhaps maybe an inverted head and shoulders on the U.S. dollar. And I think what's going to happen is you're going to see consolidation right above this line right here. The ending date for this is about where this box starts here, which is at elections. So we're looking at like basically 2 more trading days before we see the break of the U.S. dollar moving upwards towards the box that you can't see that's way up here. But I do think that the U.S. dollar is going to start moving back up here pretty soon, and that's going to be that's going to bring in a negative impact to the stock market. I think as the U.S. dollar rises, you're going to see the stock market start to fall. But as it stands right now, the dollar is down, so the market is up. You got SPY is up 1.15 right now. Mortgage-backed securities are up. Oil's up. We're trading sideways. Go figure. We're trading sideways to reduce volume, to make it a less interesting eye candy to anybody, any outside investors out there that are looking at it. Harry Parrott says, Casey, that's an idea. Adam Aaron creates an environment for purchasing insurance, financials, whatevers. Yeah. No, Javi says the Big Tramp Trust Incorporated. No, I'm not going to be a part of. I mean, I'll be a part of whatever it is that we create, but I'm not going to. I don't want to be a leader and trying to set something up. I think as a community, we've done a damn good job of making sure that nobody's a leader, and that we're all equal. And I think that going forward, that's something that we need to make sure that after this is said and done, nothing changes about that. Everybody is equal, and we all have great ideas. Let's continue to have great ideas and move forward with that. There's no reason why we can't continue to take our great ideas that we've got currently and move forward. Bounce ideas off each other. How can we best manage our money to be able to be successful moving forward, so that we don't all go just blow it on crack whores and blow like I guess some people are saying. Yeah, or I guess they don't say that. How do they say it? They say hookers and blow or something. I don't know what they say. I can't even imagine. Like that seems like the worst way to go go spend your money afterwards. But whatever, each to their own, I guess. Brian says Casey needs coffee. I feel like I do need a little bit more coffee. I kind of was on an overload yesterday. If HYMC is running strong today, it's likely due to the fact that gold's probably running pretty well. That would be my guess. There it is. Cocaine and hookers. Down we go, says. I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing, I guess. I kind of want to be a little, I feel like I want to be a caretaker of the money that I make out of this. Joe Pond says, what? No coke and hookers? I'm just saying, not for me. You guys, you guys are welcome to do whatever you want to. I'm good though. Cuddy Cut says I got to shave the beard first, and then I'll be a regular human being. Yeah. All right, it's 9:06. It's time for the numbers, guys. Let's just avoid talking about coke and hookers. My mom's listening, even though I was the one who brought it up. Let's see. Doug Plays Guitar says communism is the idea that everyone is in a given society receives equal shares of benefits derived from labor. No thanks. Yeah, that's all right, Doug. I never was suggesting that we turn it into some kind of communism thing. I was just saying that you know, trying to band together to put our heads together on how to be successful with our money moving forward is a smart idea. Never said anything about putting our money together in pools to be divvied out evenly. That's never something I would suggest. I am not into communism. Point Break Thor says, "What's your issue? The coke and hookers can't be both." Let's see here. Taking a look at our numbers. Let me take you guys over to the other screen here. Let's see what we got going on here. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing so long as the big tramp's not on the page. Once it shows back up, I'll be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts or comments until then. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help you keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. And while you're at it, when you're setting something like that up, make sure you set it up so that you have a secondary phone number listed, so you can send your code to another phone number in case something happens to your primary. I got distracted there. Doggone it, my 4 number is, every time I hit the number 4, it repeats itself. I'm gonna have to pull this key off and this on this keyboard here and find out what's going on with it. Project for this weekend. All right, let me pull a couple screens over here, and we will take a look at the numbers. See what we got going on. Alrighty. All right, let's start on the top left-hand side. Since it's the first time we're running through the numbers since market open, we'll take a good look at everything here and see what's going on. Price prediction tally points for the day. Monty and I are going in for tiebreaker for Friday. I've got, you know what? I don't know that I saw Keto put in a number. I'm gonna have to go back and check and see. Until then, I'm gonna just say what he had down for the number for yesterday. He may not have put in a number this morning, or at least I didn't see it. I've got 635 to 935. Eric has 670 to 970, which I didn't enter in yet. Keto's got 739 to 1039. I'm gonna have to go back and see if I can see in his comments in the comment section where he might have put a number in. And Monty's got 603 to 903. Short exempt volume for the day today on AMC and Ape was very, very, very similar. 175.8 for AMC, which was down a little bit, but Ape was up and really close to the same number at 173.8 thousand. Utilization still at 100% for AMC. That's day number 188 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Ape increased to 78.2%. Day-over-day price increase was decreases on both AMC and Ape. AMC was down 1.89, Ape was down 4.68. Max Pain is at $6.50. It's been that way since Monday of I believe Monday of last week, maybe Tuesday last week. So the market is indicating a closing price, perhaps somewhere around that 650 range on AMC. We'll take a look at the options here in just a minute and see if that's an agreement. Off exchange, by this time of the morning, I would expect to be about 44% and EDGX to be at 10 to 11. Right now on AMC, we've got 49.75 and EDGX at 13.34, which is definitely elevated on both of those. The grand total, I would only expect to see normally around 54% by this time of the morning, 63.09% of our total volume this morning is going to off exchanges. Why? They're suppressing price right off the get-go this morning. They're trying to control volume. CHX volume so far this morning on AMC is at 200 shares so far. Very, very low. Taking a look at Ape. 55.67% for off exchange. EDGX at 10.03. Grand total is 65.7%. That is elevated as well by over 10%. CHX volume this morning at 1,850 shares. GME, I'm just going to look at that one real quick just to see what CHX volume is. Elevated volume in GME. Right now, they've got about 0.41% of the total volume traded into CHX with 1,449 shares. Not a huge number, but the percentage is higher than our 30-day average, which is 0.36. It's at 0.41. So there is some elevated volume going into GME right now. I don't know what the price looks like that on this at this second, but we can look at it here in a minute. Taking a look at institutional ownership, that dropped by about 800,000 shares day over day. Last time I looked at it, it's now at 148.86 million. Let's look and see if it's updated since. Still the same. Taking a look at the options, most of our open interest right now for calls is around a $7 strike. Puts are at 6.5. Current volume for calls is at $6, which is the same as what it was yesterday when it closed. There's 3.7 thousand contracts in current volume at that call strike price. On puts, it's 6.5. Highest amount of puts is at 6.5. So yesterday it was 5.5 for puts. Now it's 6.5. There's actually more volume in puts at a higher strike price than there is for calls. We've seen that happen on a couple occasions, and I think that usually generally means that somebody's planning on exercising because they need those shares pretty badly, because they're buying in the money puts. So at a $6.5 strike, there's 2.4 thousand contracts. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape together, we are at $7.31. We did move up in the aftermarket hours and then immediately drop back down, kind of forming a little bit of a George W going on here. It looks like a double bottom, very similar. This characteristic price movement, very, very similar to something we've seen from the very near past. The daily is starting to look like the minute time interval is starting to look like the daily interval, where we've got a little bit of that slanted George W kind of forming. Let's take a look at Ortex. So far for the day-to-day on, according to Ortex, AMC has a borrowing of 723,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 20.04%. Cost per hour average is at 18.04. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 179.76 million shares. That's an increase of 1.9 million shares of new loans. Ortex is estimating about 620,000 of that to be in new short interest. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like. Here's your utilization at 188 straight trading days of utilization being up at 100%. Zooming in just a tad bit here. Here's your on loan amount increasing 1.9 million shares. Here's your open short share interest of the free float increasing day over day from 19.87 to 19.99. On loan average age per day with 1.9 million shares being added should drop, and it did. It's just really difficult to see. It went from 75.64 to 75.42. Security lending volume, day over day increased from 5.56 million to 6.41 million. Taking a look at Ape, currently Ape is showing a return of 371,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 8.69%. Cost bar average is down right now to 2.32, which is actually pretty low. Shares on loan for the day today is at 37.63 million. Day over day, that's an increase of 500,000 shares on loan. Utilization did go up day over day from 76.83 to 78.2. On loan amount increased that 500,000 shares. On loan average age per day, with only 500,000 shares being on loan, I would expect this to continue to go up. It did, or not continue, but start to head up because it already had come down quite a bit. It's saying it went from 14.8 to 14.9. And security lending volume day over day was a decrease from 14.68 million to 7.4. Oh, and I forgot short share interest of the free float, rising very slightly from 8.67 to 8.72. All right, let's see if AMC, Ape, or GME are on the orders by Fidelity customers list. Nope, not on the top 30. Surprise, surprise, low volume. We're not going to make these lists with low volume. That's going to be the number one goal, keep volume low. $5.13 is the tripping point for SSR for AMC rather. Ape is at 1.467. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've borrowed them all this morning. Let me refresh this one more time. They did borrow them all this morning, and I counted them all being borrowed from the 400,000. So they've all been borrowed out. 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day, and last seen amount for fees was 16.6. It was actually rising from 15.8. But the only thing that's left right now is the ETFs. It does look like Stonko Tracker's reporting their correct numbers again on options data. There's 102.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. There's 14.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 23,000 contracts that are in the money. Currently, the NASDAQ is up 1.34, Dow Jones is up 1.26, and the S&P 500 is up 1.42. We have 4,290 advancers to 2,318 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. VIX is down 2.73. I'm going to go over and check. The dollar is down 1.32. The SPY is up 1.43. Mortgage-backed securities are up about anywhere from 0.15 to 0.2. And oil is up 5.6%. VTI is up 1.31. IWD is up 1.37. Tesla is up 2.85. Amazon up 1.84. Cinemark up 8.39. Doge is up 2.75. Bitcoin up 3.73. GameStop is up 0.61. HYMC up 10.85. Hood is down 1.46. CS is up 3.98. NCMI is down 1.74. Ape is down 1.77 and AMC is up 1.05%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately about $200,000. No. Let's make it 100,000. A little. It's close enough. $100,000 more inflow than outflow. It's like 150, 180 or so, but whatever. 3.93 million shares having been traded so far after 40 minutes of trading, 41 minutes of trading. Is that right? Let me just make sure. 30, 40, 50, 51 minutes trading. I'm having a hard time with math today. We are on a pace. Our pace for AMC is at 30.05 million shares by the end of the day today. That is a very low pace, as that will continuously drop throughout the day. Very likely be close to 10 to 15 million if I had to guess, if we continue at these paces. In the pre-market, I suggested 10 to 30 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and it looks like we're going to hit that without some kind of unforeseeable spike in volume in the middle of the day today. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.56, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.19, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.46, which is just about average. On Ape, so far this morning, we've got roughly about $100,000 more outflow than inflow with 4.88 million shares. Let's see. Now my calculation is going to be right because earlier this morning I couldn't do math and I forgot that I usually look at the numbers an hour into it, not 30 minutes. This is why I hate doing math early in the morning. But let's see, and late at night too when I'm tired. We are 52 minutes into trading, which puts us at about 36.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's obviously going to come down throughout the day. 5 to 25 million is what I've got up for projection, and I do expect to hit that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.87, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.23, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.37, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoku cloud, on the hourly for Ape, we've got the lagging line below the price line. Conversion and base are right on top of each other. Price is at 152, which is below those values. I mentioned earlier this morning that I think getting to $1.80 would be kind of a key trigger point for seeing some buying pressure. The only problem with that is that right above 180 is the cloud. So 180 is right here. The cloud's right above it. Once we hit 180, and if we get any kind of strong buying pressure at 180, you're going to see it tend to stall out. My hopes is that it will stall out above $2. Because if price can stall out above $2, it'll turn into a very strong buy signal in the pre-market of Monday morning. I'd like to see that happen. Don't know if it will. The second strong point that we could see some additional buy pressure coming through would be at $2.35, and that's going to be where you start seeing price breaking above this red cloud right here. But currently, you've got the lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and prices below the conversion. So it's struggling to get there. Price does like to break up through red clouds, usually the thinner portions of them. Taking a look at the same thing on the hour indicator, hour interval for AMC, we have the lagging line below price line, conversion below base. The key dollar amount that I want to see AMC get into is 670 or above. We're currently at 576, so it's a full dollar up from where we're at. At 670, that would be above the cloud and would drive us into higher highs. Unfortunately, we would have to have a lot of buying pressure to get through a thick cloud like this. So we may not see some of that pressure come until later. However, on a 4-hour chart here, when I say later, it looks like we'd be looking at possibly like Wednesday breaking up through a red cloud. So I'm not expecting a whole lot of huge amounts of price improvement on AMC for the end of today. If anything, I see more price improvement possibilities on Ape than I do AMC. Conversion line is below base, lagging lines below price line, and we're at a green cloud right now, and there's no red cloud forming until Wednesday next week, 11/9, the day after earnings. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. GD says the election is a buy the rumor, sell the news type situation. I'd watch out for next week. Foodog says in the dark pool. Joe Pont says we need some Chumbawamba. I get knocked down, but I get back up again. Mignot, T90 is not a thing. So never. Let's see here. Somebody asked who knew that white collar. Who said that? Who knew that white collars were such dirt bags? Brian said that, and then Joe said, "I did. I watched the movie Get Hard." Sammy Boy says it's a badge of honor to be down in this play and to have held. The deeper red you are, the more I respect you. CPE says I'm waiting to see where or what is to come with the earnings and info calls for AMC and HYMC. These numbers are very false, which I'm 100% sure people realize it by now. Buy and hold community, I stand with you. I stand with you too, man. I hodl on for you. Dr. Town says HYMC is running. It's up 13.24%. Does look like it's got a good run going on. Deborah, I would read that, but I'm going to stay away from political things. It's funny, though. It is funny. C Hill says T90s in 2 weeks. Yeah, see, the problem with that whole T90 thing is that there were no syndicates that were created with AMC and Ape being created, and the reason for that was there was no share offering at the time of the dividend being issued. The only way that you have a syndicate being created is if there was a shared dividend that would have had included a share offering by the company. Now, if you want to talk about share dividends with share offerings from companies, then you could talk about, for example, GME, right? When they did their what was it, 4-to-1 split that they did, if I'm not mistaken, they also sold some shares during that time, a public offering. With that public offering, you could potentially have a syndicate that would have been created. I'm not saying that there was one, but more than likely there would be a syndicate that would have been created, and a T90 rule would be in effect for something like that. But for our dividend, we did not have any share offering that was offered at the time. So T90 would be not a possibility. That FINRA 11880 rule, null and void. We don't meet the conditions. Yep, absolutely, CP. I can pull it up real quick. So here's the question you got to ask yourself. Is this move upwards in price on HYMC being done on high volume or low volume? Currently, they've got about 1.5 million shares traded. Let's go ahead and calculate it. I can already tell you just by looking at that's high volume. But 1.5 million shares traded after 60 minutes of trading. The pace that they're setting right now for the day is about 9.75. Now, of course, that's going to come down throughout the day. Let's just split the difference and say, we'll just say about 7 to 8 million, maybe 7. Let's just settle on 7 million shares by the end of the day today. If there is 7 million shares traded by the end of the day today, that is 3 million shares higher, 2.5 million shares higher than their average 3-month volume. So is this price movement upwards in good standing based on the fact that there's elevated volume? Yes, it is. This is good price movement. Volume moving upwards as price is moving upwards is bullish and a real move. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to pull it real quick here so that we can see. They did have a good Q3, I feel like, Joe, if I remember correctly. But let me pull off exchange data for them real quick here because I just want to see what if they've got any settlements, forced settlements that are occurring. Okay, not a whole lot of forced settlements that are occurring on HYMC. Let me check something else out here real quick. So interestingly enough, something else is strange that is happening. Well, first off, I'll say this. Their off-exchange volume right now is at 68.17% of their current volume, which is very, very high. When you consider the 30-day average is 59 for this early in the morning after an hour to have 68%, super, super high. CBOE EDGX is at 0.38 when it's normally at 1.07, so they're getting low volume on their options. The weird part that I'm kind of seeing here is that things that normally get volume, like this exchange, MIAX Pearl, is getting like no volume at all. It's really kind of odd. There are exchanges that typically see volume on HYMC that are getting zero volume currently. The exchanges are MIAX Pearl, NASDAQ BX, NASDAQ PHLX, NYSE National, and NYSE American. So there's literally 5 exchanges that have zero volume, and they normally have, somewhere between 10 and most of them have around like 15%. I'm sorry, not 15%, 0.15%. So that's kind of interesting to see have happening. Give me 1 second. I want to investigate this just a little bit further here. Interesting. Check one more thing here. At the bottom of your screen, I'm going to be pulling up the charts for Ortex for HYMC. Don't freak out when you see the numbers. That's what you're going to be looking at here in just a second. So their short share interest of the free float's at 9.03%, cost per hour average at 7.09. Let's check out. I don't see anything there either. I'm looking for failure delivers right now, and I don't see anything amazingly standing out here. I don't know. But it is up 16.25%. Looks like pretty healthy growth. Let me check one more thing here. Oh yeah. So the Ichimoku cloud was actually turning into a buy signal. Price was pretty well below today. Towards the end of the day today, on the 1 hour, it had a pretty strong buy signal. You've got conversion that's crossed over base. Lagging line is above price line. It's looking like a really strong buy right now. It is gold, so whether or not this lasts very long is going to be based off of when this green cloud appears over here on this side, and whether or not what the 4 hour chart looks like here. Oh wow! So price came down into the cloud, and on a green cloud where it should have crossed through and headed down further, it's actually moving up on it. You've got conversion crossing. Let's see, is conversion crossing base? Yep, conversion cross based. Lagging line is above price line, and it is running. So I'm sure there's a lot of outside investors that are seeing this movement in price with along with perhaps financials from their quarterly may be part of the reason why you're seeing outside investors perhaps piling in on this. It's a strong possibility. Kim, good morning to you. It's been a while. Haven't seen you in a bit. Good to see you. Bird Eye says if gold goes to 40K an ounce, that's a 20x. That means HYMC would be $20 a share. Wouldn't that be something? Buzzin says gold and silver trading up quite a bit. That would help. That was something that I had suggested earlier that might be part of the reason. But Donkey Kong says there's gold in their hills. They did say that there was additional levels of gold that they found. Bird Eye says, Casey, what are the other HY? I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to HYMC, so I have no idea. I don't even care about them, honestly. I'm not focused on it at all. Well, yeah, it is an AMC investment, Doug, but I'm not invested in it myself, and I don't. It's great. I mean, I've got it on my list of things to watch, but I don't. I mean, I'm only watching HYMC. I don't care what all the other tickers are. It's not. It's not. I don't see any relevancy in watching those. So, but in regards to just watching like the price of it, because if you're gonna, the valuation that AMC is going to be able to claim from it is already done past, I'm pretty sure. So they've probably already figured their numbers for the quarterly. So that, whatever value they got at HYMC for their earnings report is not going to be higher than what it was from last time. So it doesn't really make any difference for this quarterly report that's coming up for AMC. So. Why is it that Amy can follow the spy when it goes down, but when it doesn't go the spy? It's because, man, it's that's the way they want the price to go. They want it to go down. Bird Eye says Adam Aaron got 22% of HYMC with options to buy more. They will buy more when AMC has more capital. Yeah. I mean, if it moves up in value, that's great, Doug. I mean, it's great, but we're not going to see it in profitability for the books on AMC until next quarter. As it stands right now, that's not going to help us. I'm pretty sure that they've already got their numbers down for this quarterly report. I'm sure the quarter ended a while back, so it doesn't really help us right now. And in order for it to help us, the price would have to be over. I think it was like, what did they say they got in at for, like $1.14, $1.17, somewhere around there. So the only way it's really going to continue, and the only way it's going to look good on AMC's books is as long as the price rises over $1.16, something like I can't remember. It was less than $1.20, but I don't remember how much it was. You know, the other thing too, Doug, is that I saw a post. I was really surprised that they let this one go through on Reddit. I saw a post by somebody on Reddit who was saying, like, we need to go help buy more shares of HYMC to bring up the value of HYMC because it's about to be delisted, which is not true. I mean, they just recently got their failure notice that they're not meeting expectations to be listed. They've got plenty of time to get the price up over $1, but they do have to list what actions they're going to take in order to get there. But the idea that you're going to tell investors of AMC that they need to go start putting money into HYMC is never what was the intention of Adam Aaron buying into that stock. It was supposed to be a hedge against a failing market, right? If the market's going to fail, the idea is that you start buying gold or something of the likes of gold in order to hedge against a failing market economy, right? And so Adam Aaron wasn't trying to tell us to go out and buy those shares. He was saying, I'm doing it to protect your investment in AMC. That's what he was saying. He didn't tell us to go out and buy shares of HYMC. So if you decided to go buy HYMC, that's okay. I mean, that's great. That was your choice, but that's not what I'm here. But that's not what I'm here for. And in my opinion, it's a little bit of a distraction. But I will watch it because it does relate to where AMC is moving to. Oh, Jace, welcome. Good to have you. Why am I so bullish on AMC? Why are you not? Why are you not bullish on AMC? Let me ask you that question. Because I only see one reason for you not to be bullish on AMC. Everything else I see is bullish. So I'm just curious, what is your short thesis? Because if you're not bullish, then you're bearish. And if you're bearish, what is it that you're seeing that's bearish? Uh, don't 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 tease them. Hold on. Let's have a real conversation first. Don't attack him right off the bat. Give him a real conversation first. Let's find out where he stands first here. Hold on, Jace. Hold on, Jace. The problem is Jace is, and you should well know this if you've been holding shares for quite a while, is that when somebody comes in with a negative attitude, people will jump on them almost immediately like they're shill. But I'm going to give you a chance here. I just kind of want to make sure, like, what is it? I'm going to see if I can't try and convince you that there is nothing, but there's only one thing that is not bullish about AMC, and everything else is bullish. I just can't see any bullish action. Almost the whole market is green, just not. Okay, so you're looking at this moment in time right now, and you're saying, I see nothing bullish. Okay. AMC's up 0.96 right now. It's not down. Just throwing that out there. So what else? What else you got? Give me something else bullish. Or sorry, bearish. Give me something bearish. Every time I bought, it kept tanking. Okay, there's another good one. Okay, does that mean you've lost money? Doesn't mean that you've lost money if every time you bought it has gone down further. So you're not. I mean, your numbers are showing that you're down 90%, right? But you're averaging down right now. You're taking actions in order to average down. You said you're buying as it continues to go down. Every time you buy, it goes down more and more and more. But what you're saying to me is that you're doing the right actions of trying to make your position better by averaging down your price, which is a good thing. If you truly honestly believe in a position, averaging down in your price only strengthens your position, right? So you're doing the right things according to what it is that you're saying. But you're saying I'm down 90% on my total valuation of what it is that I put into the stock so far. First off, um, I don't. I mean, if you bought in at like $77? If you bought in at $77, and I mean, first off, I gotta just kind of run some numbers here because I gotta figure this out. Like, I don't know how that's possible. But let me see. Maybe you bought in at the height of like $77, and what are we sitting at now? 575 plus 150, so we're looking at 675, 725 ish. We'll just say 725. Okay, 90.6%. So you bought at the very top in order to be down 90%. I bought the most at 29. If you bought the most at 29, you couldn't possibly be down 90%. There'd be no way for that to be possible. Otherwise, what you're saying is inaccurate. But that's not what I want to focus on. I'm not going to focus on that. Let's not focus on the fact that you're not 90% down, that you're far less than that down. Let's focus more on the idea that that you haven't sold. I'm going to make that assumption because you didn't say anything about whether or not you bought or sold, and so I'm going to make the assumption that you have not sold. On paper, you are showing a loss, but currently you have not accepted a loss because you've not sold any shares. So therefore, you're not really out any money. It's just on paper you're showing that you're down. What did you say? 20. You bought in most of your shares at 29. We're now at, what did I say? 7.25. So on paper, you're down 75%, 3/4. So okay, all right. On paper, you're down 75%. So what's the bearish outlook here? Why is it that you think that AMC can't return to higher numbers again? And so that on paper you're in a better position than what you started out in. What is it that your expectations are of the futures of this? Do you think, let me ask you this, I'm down 85% to be exact. Okay, well, whatever. I don't know your numbers, man. Let me ask you the question still. On paper, since you're down 85%, I'll just trust that your numbers are accurate. What is it about the valuation of this company that makes you believe that it's never going to get you to a position to where on paper you're net positive? What is your bearish thesis? Because you seem to think that it's not going to get there. But what is it? What do you see? How are you seeing the valuation of this company? Turtle says, but did you buy a Kirby vacuum door to door in the past? If not, you haven't lived. I said no, Turtle. I said no, man. And then I left for work, and next thing I know, I had a Kirby. That's pretty funny, man. Way to bring that up. I appreciate you. No, serious, Jace. I'm serious here. What is it that you don't believe that the AMC can't turn things around here? Because based on all the news that I've been seeing, AMC is doing everything that it is that they can to turn this company around, and they're making leaps and bounds in regards to not being bankrupt like the second biggest movie chain that's out there, CINE or Cineworld, who's just recently started filing for bankruptcy. So tell me, what is it that you see about AMC that tells you that that we're heading towards that same direction? Because if you're going to sit there and tell me that it's just because of stock price, that has nothing to do with bankruptcy. That's not going to have any bearing on whether or not AMC ends up being a bankrupt company or not. Manipulation, nobody can do anything against it until they have $1 to $2 and stays there for the rest of your life. Oh man. All right, let me ask you this question, Jace. If we have 4.1 million investors and there's 515 million shares, how much money would each average investor have to buy just to buy the entire float at $1? How much money would they have to sink into this to buy the entire float at $1? Yeah, I know, Hillbilly, but I'm trying to get him to get there though. He needs to get there. If he doesn't get there on his own, he's not going to believe what it is that I'm saying. It's less than 250. It's less than 250. Down we go. Way less than 250. Keep going. 4.1 million. It take 515. We're talking about buying the float here, right? 560. We'll just say 516 million. 516 million divided by 4.1 million people. How many dollars? Because it's $1 per share. How many dollars are we going to need per investor in order to buy the entire float? $125 is the answer. Down we go for the win. $125. Do I hear $125 a person in order to buy the entire float? I'll tell you what, Jace, when this price gets down to something even remotely close to that, I'm going to go out and I'm going to buy 10 times worth what it is that it needs to buy the entire float. They try to push these prices into those kind of ranges and they run the risk of losing control. They can't afford to lose control of this. They will never, ever try to push the price down to those kind of ranges. If they do, they will lose complete control of everything. So, again, what is the short thesis here? You haven't even touched on the real short thesis. The one thing. There's one thing left standing in our way between MOASS and no ass. One thing. What is that one thing? I got 6 more minutes here before I got to go do numbers again, Jace. I can't continue to do this with you forever. But, I can only help you out as much as I possibly can in understanding what the situation it is that you're standing in. It's one thing, Jace. One thing. It's our debt. Our debt is the one thing. There it is. Benjamin just said it. Debt free, cash flow positive. If we have no debt, Jace, this company has no short thesis left. That is the only thing that is left that stands in our way from being a profitable company and a non-profitable company, and there is no short thesis left. That's it. One thing. And Adam Aaron has in his hands the ability to be able to remove that debt in his hands. He can do it. You'll see the price start rising on Ape here again. I'm pretty sure of it. And when it does start rising, he's going to start selling some shares and he's going to start reducing debt. And when he reduces that debt and there is no debt left, there is no short thesis. Yeah, it's not going to continuously go down forever though, Mac and Bees. They can't continue to maintain this. They're running that risk that I already talked about. We just got done talking about that. When the price gets down to less than $1, people can buy the entire float for less than $1. All right, so go ahead, go for it, right? You're at that point, we're going to be talking in circles if we start talking like that. But the price is going down. Yeah. So we're talking in circles now at this point. Eventually, Ape is going to start running in price. And when it does start running in price, Adam Aron's going to start selling shares and remove that last possible shred of hope that shorts have against this company. But anyways, I can't continue on with you, Jace, forever on this. I just want you to know that there's only one thing. Do I think Q3 have good news because of their debt? Of course they're not going to have. We already know. Adam Aron told us actually, Jace, in the beginning of this year that Q3 was going to be rough. He told us that. He told us going into Q3 or going into the beginning of this year that we would see rough times in Q3. So we know that's coming, right? You already know what the future has in store for you. So what? If you're going to talk about Q3, what does Q4 look like? How about, let's look at it from a bigger picture, Jace, because you're only looking at small pictures. Everything you keep saying is small pictures. How about we look at it from a bigger picture? How much money has AMC made already this year compared to last year? What if you compared this year to last year? How do you think we've done so far? So far, right up to this very moment, how far has AMC made? How much money has AMC made this year compared to last year in total? And we still have another quarter left to go here. How much? Anybody? With less movies, yes, with less movies. Well, actually, I don't know if it was less movies or not. It might have been more Hillbilly. I can't. Let me go back to my post. Hold on a second, because I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head. Give me a second here. I'll show you. It's only fair. It's only fair to show. Oops, that's not the one. Scroll. Sometimes I wish, and I know you can bookmark certain things on Twitter, but I just never feel like anything that I ever write's important enough to bookmark. So, and then when I want to go back and dig it back up again, I go like, yeah, it's like way back there. Let's see here. I'm getting there. Give me a second. I already pulled the numbers. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Now this isn't AMC. This is actually this is box office numbers. But I think that's actually probably, it's a great indicator to be able to look at to see how much has been made total grossing. But as of October 22nd of this year, in 2022, the movie theaters have totally grossed 5.8. Let's see, that's billion. $5.8 billion compared to 4.4 in the entire year of 2021, which means that the movie industries are doing better year over year before the third quarter had even ended. We've already outpaced last year in earnings, the whole movie industry, right? Because this is not just AMC, this is everybody, right? So we have already outperformed, and we have Q3 here, which is a terrible quarter. Terrible quarter. We knew this going into this year that this quarter was going to be rough, and we're already beating expectation. We already beat last year's numbers, not expectations, but last year's numbers, and we have an amazing quarter four coming up. Amazing quarter four coming up. You said with less movies. It is with less movies. You're right. It's 390 something. I cut it off in my post, but you're not wrong. It's with less. You are correct. It was 430 some odd movies to 390 some odd movies. I didn't get the final number in it cut off here on the post, but you're right. You're not wrong. It is with less movies. With less movies in less time, the movie industry has made more money this year than last year. I'm telling you, man, the short thesis is gone. It is expired. It is empty. All we have left is the debt, and that's it. And they can't continue to drive price down like this forever. Not without it costing them tons and tons of money. Could you guys see that page? Hold on a second. I don't know if you guys could see that or not. I tried to put it up so that you guys would see what was up on the page. Yeah, you could see it. One Speed Go says Lambo ordered. So Jace, what's your short thesis on this? Where are you at? Where are you at in the head, man? Because it's 10:02 and it's time for me to start doing numbers. To stay alive, Doug. That's why. Some of that debt was incurred to stay alive in the first place. Petrifier said, Casey, you make me want to buy more. I'm pumped. I'm not trying to do that. You know, remember Petrofire, remember the golden rules. The golden rules are really, really, really super important. Rem Taco was here just the other day, Miss Tahiti. I haven't seen Need for Speed in a little while. Remember the golden rules, though, that are in the description box, please, Petro, because I just want you to remember that those are key to our success. Those are some of the keys. It's manipulated 50 to 70% short properly. Probably. That's okay. Point Break Thor says, you just got the guy fired, Casey. No, he's not fired. Jace is not. Jace, tell me you're a good guy. Wait. Hold on a second, Jace. I have a gentleman here who is a great judge of character. Let's see what Bobblehead Ross has to say about Jace. Bobblehead Ross, can you give us some kind of insight? We're gonna obviously have to read a little bit into what you have to say, but can you give us some insight as to, Jace and why he's here?
And let's make some nice little clouds that just float around and have fun all day.
Jace, maybe they're right. I don't know. Bobblehead Ross seems to be right a lot, and he's saying that you're just having fun here. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I got to move into numbers though. So one way or the other. Thanks for showing up. Good to see you, and I hope you're enjoying the numbers that I'm about to provide here. So let's go into the numbers. Remember, guys, as the big tramp's not on the screen, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts until after you see me come back on with the big tramp. Only then will I be able to see what it is that you guys are writing. Also, two-factor authentication, it would be a great thing to have for your accounts, as it could help prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set it up, make sure you get yourself a second phone number set up for it in case something happens to your primary and you have a backup at least to get your code to get into your account. No sense in locking yourself out. Kind of defeats the purpose of having the extra protection. I can't get in. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time in the morning for AMC, I would expect to see about 49% in off exchange volume, and EDGX to be somewhere around 11 to 12%. Let's see where we're at for AMC. These are the numbers that are right next to my head. 47.75% for AMC, which is a little bit low, and EDGX at 11.88, which is pretty normal. For a combined total 59.63%. That's a little less. It's down by about 0.5% from what it should be on a normal basis. So pretty normal. Excuse me, I got some indigestion when I start reading like this. 732 shares are traded so far through CHX on AMC, so not a whole lot of change there. I mean, nothing drastic, weird happening with CHX volume. Off exchange for Ape is at 56.96 and EDGX at 8.94 for a grand total 65.9%. That's elevated by about 5%, 5 to 6% higher than what it should be by this time in the morning. CHX volume is at 1,978, but that's still pretty low volume. I'm going to look at GME's CHX volume just to kind of monitor it. It's at 1,761 at 0.24. It's kind of normal. And let's take a look at HYMCs just to make sure it's not doing anything weird. Some of those exchanges that didn't have volume earlier are now starting to receive volume. CHX has 400 shares going through it so far. But I will mention that the off exchange for, as you can see, is extremely high for HYMC. Price suppression is massive right now. 77.65% of their total volume is going through off exchanges. So, yeah. Yeah. So if you could get me that TPS report. That was such an epic movie. All right, let's take a look at the Ortex data here. As of an hour ago, there were 723,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. That's still the same value, leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float at 20.04%. Cost of borrow averages at 18.04. Today, the amount of shares on loan increased by 1.9 million. Ortex is estimating about 620,000 of that to be in new short interest. Shares on loan currently at 179.76 million shares. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was a return of 371,000 shares. It's now 372. Not a whole lot of activity going on right now, but the estimated short share interest of the free float sitting at 8.69%. Cost of borrow averages kind of dropped a little bit right now on Ape. It's at 2.32%. Day over day, there was an increase of shares on loan by 500,000 shares, and that should be all new short interest. Taking a look at, let's see, options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of volume for call options was at a $6 strike. That is still the case. It went from 3.7 thousand contracts to 7.6. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6.50 strike, which is in the money. There was 2.4 thousand contracts earlier, and it's now 2.7. It's not very often that we see the put contracts strike, highest amount of volume strike price, higher than the call, which is what is currently happening. It's very, very unusual, which tells me somebody's buying in the money puts, which typically means to me that somebody is willing to pay a premium for shares. Seems like somebody might need some AMC shares out there. I don't know. It looks like it. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we are currently at $7.28. I do see a tad bit of a wedge that we seem to be kind of forming right here, and we're actually breaking out of right now. We had a level of support here that we were supporting quite nicely. I'm going to start deleting some of yesterday's signals so I can see what's happening currently. And it looks like we're breaking down below that now. We may see some kind of we may see a test for a triple bottom, perhaps, or maybe a retest of $7.24 combined price, which is about 4 cents lower than what it is currently. We do have a pretty strong trend here for the top side. If we were able to break that, and I'm going to go ahead and delete this bottom one, but if we were to break this trend on the top side, we would see price running up. There may be a case that could be made here if we see price turn around soon for a descending parallel channel that we're on currently. Now we'll have to wait and see what happens. We'll come back to it in an hour and see what it looks like. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, GME, and Ape were not on the list earlier this morning due to low volume. Low volume will result in low orders. Low orders will not put us on the top 30 list. Neither, all three of those are not on the list again. We have $5.13 or $5.13 as SSR trigger price for AMC. For Ape, it's at 1.467. There are no shares available left to borrow. Out of the regular amount of shares, the ETFs do have some shares left over, but have not been converted as of yet for borrowing. And the last known fees for borrowing was at 16.6%. The NASDAQ is up 0.97. The Dow Jones is up 1.34. The S&P 500 is up 1.31. We have 4,526 advancers to 2,141 decliners. The VIX is down almost 5%. We've got the dollar. The US dollar is down 1.65. WTI is up 4.93. And mortgage-backed securities are kind of up like 0.15 to 0.20. SPY is up 1.27. I'm just going to pull up DXY here for just a second. Kind of want to see where that's at. I'm a little surprised to see the dollar dropping as much as it is. I expected to see some consolidation on what appeared to be an inverted head and shoulders. I would have expected to see this hold value at least 111, upper 111 range, and right now it's right at 111. So I would expect to see this to turn around at some point and consolidate higher than 111, somewhere around maybe just above 111.70. So I would look for this to turn around a little bit. VTI is up 1.31. IWD is up 1.63. Tesla is up 2.34. Amazon is up 1.01. Cinemark is up 8.95. Doge is up 3.36. Bitcoin is up 4.7 at 21.1, which is abnormally high right now. I didn't think that we would see this break. Let me look at my chart here again. I did not think we would see this break this high again. I really didn't. I thought the highest we would see is 24. This is very, very abnormal. I may have to reconsider what's going on here with Bitcoin, as I did kind of expect to see a drop down into this box range down here in this time frame, and it's actually heading up. This could be the pump leading into the weekend that leads to a very large drive down. If you do look at the past where we had the last previous failure that came down, there was, I believe, a pump that occurred right before. Yep, very, very similarly, right before the big drop. There was actually two pumps that occurred right before the big drop, and it's starting to look very, very similar. We've got one pump here. This may be the secondary pump here that we get on Bitcoin before it finally breaks down past 19.4. I didn't think it would make it this high, though. I'm really quite shocked, honestly. Taking a look at GME is up 0.15. HYMC is up 15.49. Let's take a look at that real quick. I know you all are curious about that one. Healthy growth on this. Do note that we're in, let's see, 104 minutes worth of trading, and they've already put in like 3/4 of their daily average volume with 104 minutes of trading. So the idea that you could see 7 to 8 million shares traded day to day, very, very, very likely, or almost double, maybe double the amount of daily average volume, which means this is healthy growth on price movement. Very, very healthy. Hood is down 2.03. CS is up 5.22. NCMI is down 0.81. Ape is down 3.07. AMC is down 0.88. AMC currently has fractionally $20,000 more outflow than inflow. Pretty balanced right now on that. 6.55 million shares traded so far after an hour and 105 minutes. Putting us on pace for about 24.32 million shares by the end of the day today for AMC. That's going to obviously continue to come down. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. It's going to be a slow volume day. No doubt about it. Slow volume. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.19, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.64, which is below average. There was a divergence here on a 30-minute interval of the Vortex indicator indicating a cross or change to buying pressure on a longer-term basis. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.25, which is below average. On Ape, there is currently $200,000 roughly more outflow than inflow, with 7.09 million shares having been traded. This is actually a little more volume than I would have expected. After 106 minutes of trading, that puts us on pace for 26 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I really thought volume would be much, much lower, but I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares by the end of the day. and we're definitely on pace for that. Taking a look at the hourly time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.26, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.04, signaling or that's below average. And also a TD9 is printed, indicating that there may be a reversal coming up, and that may see his price running back up to the simple moving average around 168, about 1 cent. Oh, sorry. Did I say 168? Yeah, about 10 cents higher than where it's at currently. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.40, which is below average. Looks like we do have some news here. Let me just see if it's anything special. The hit pieces are already happening. Benziga says Q3 earnings preview. Apes face potentially weak quarter. Potentially, we knew it was going to be weak. Riddled with release slate holes. Oh man, they're already trying to hit us hard with those. They're going to have a weak quarter. We think maybe. We're not sure. What a bunch of yahoos. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again here. Let's see. It looks like I got everything set up right. Looks good. I don't have two of the same stock on the same page. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Peter, Thor AMC from 70s to 7. How are they losing? How are they losing? By paying 20% interest, and that's is if they hold their shorts and not reshort practically on a daily basis. I'll tell you. How many shares are on loan, Peter? How many shares are on loan? How much are they paying in on a daily basis for having those positions that they're opening and closing, especially at these prices? They don't get to hold these positions for free. Casey handle Peter. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I agree, Hillbilly. Civil discourse is like having a civil conversation. There's nothing wrong with that. So I would agree, Peter, that they're making money, and in the way that you describe that they're making money on shorting the price down. There is money to be made there. The question is are they outpacing the amount of money that they're losing to hold open these short positions that they're continuously holding open? And what I would do is I would, if I were you, Peter, is I would go look at their earnings, their quarterly earning reports, and see what it looks like. Go see how that's changing. So it's going to take a little bit of work on your part to do that. But what you're going to find out though is that they're holding positions that are really damaging. And as the price of the market, where a lot of their long positions are held for collateral, continue to fail in price, Not right now, because this month is a little bit different here because we're going to have a little bit of an up month. But as they continue, as we start to head over the peak of this upwards trend that we're on for this month, and we start heading into more downwards pressure and prices on some of their long held positions, it's going to start hurting them a lot. And no, because they are making money on the shorting positions that they're making, they won't be making as much, or they won't be able to outpace how much they're losing, I guess is probably the better way to say it. So then you have to ask yourself is, at what point do they start to break? And we're already starting to see banks starting to break because of it. You've got Credit Suisse, who's basically out there. Credit Suisse is so desperate right now that they're willing to go out on a limb and say, don't ignore our numbers. Ignore our numbers, but make sure you sell AMC because we think it's going to go to 95 cents. But ignore our numbers. Don't pay attention to the fact that we are struggling to maintain the positions that we're holding that we have not yet purchased. Don't pay attention to that. Sell your AMC shares. That is the biggest news that you need to hear. I mean, Peter, you got to understand that is big, big, big news. They're laying off people like crazy. JP Morgan just announced that they're going to start laying off people. The signs are there, man. The signs are there of what it is, how costly it is for them to continue to hold these positions. And you may think otherwise, but the proof is right there. It's all in the news. No, 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 no. I'm not suggesting anything, Peter. We're good, man. I'm having a discussion with you. We're good. Don't get defensive. We're all good here. But you're not wrong, Peter. You're not wrong that they're making money on those while they're shorting down the price. They are. They're absolutely making money as they're shorting the price. I would be lying to you if I tried to tell you otherwise. The problem is that they're also losing money as the stock market goes down in price. Now this month is a little bit different, but if you go look at their numbers in their books, they're not doing well. Steven says, anyone who says to sell a stock when it's under $2 confirms they're short. Laugh out loud. Suisse is a Lehman. So, I heard a theory last night, Steven, and I don't know how I feel about it yet because I need to go do some more research. To be honest with you, when the whole Lehman Brothers thing happened, I really wasn't paying attention to it too much back then. I mean, I had a lot of other stuff going on in my life at that time that I really didn't care too much about what was going on. So I need to go back and do a little bit of research and see how much this sounds correct. But apparently somebody was making the claim that who was it that just purchased 10%? Oh, the Saudis. The Saudis just went and purchased nearly 10% of Credit Suisse. And the claim that they're making is that as soon as they hit 10%, which they're going to hit here apparently pretty soon, they'll have the ability to be able to look at their books. And once they start looking at their books, the claim is that the Saudis are basically going to let everybody know exactly what's going on and how crappy it really is, because they'll stand to be able to make some money out of kind of exposing what's going on. I don't know how exactly. I don't know if I've really put it all together, but they said the same thing happened to Lehman. I don't remember who it was, but somebody apparently purchased part of Lehman and they exposed what was going on. So I'm gonna have to go back and research it and see, because I don't. Anytime I hear somebody say something like that, I think it's cool initially, but I want to go check it out first and verify and see if it does, if the story matches up or not. I don't remember the history on it, so I'm gonna have to go verify. Yep, absolutely, Turtle. I like to verify, just as much as I think probably a lot of us do. But you're not wrong, Stephen. That's exactly what they were stating was is that essentially that Credit Suisse is going to be another an exact Lehman story. Again, I don't remember the Lehman story very well. I'm going to have to go back and research a little bit. I see you saying here, God, I hope that is right, Casey. Let's get those boxes ready for Suisse. Dude, they already got their boxes going, man. They're already firing like 9,000 people or something like that. Like, dude, come on. And I shouldn't say firing. I know that's not the PC thing to say anymore. Apparently, it's like laying off. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're already getting rid of people. So they're already packing the boxes. Turtle says, trade with a chart, not with your heart. Keenan Grace. It's a very, very smart thing to say. Looking at the numbers and understanding the numbers to understand what your actual position really is makes a huge, huge difference. Because I'll tell you what, if I gave in to my emotions and had fear on this, uh, I would have been scared a long time ago. I was scared a long time ago. But when I started looking at all the numbers, I was like, no, something's not right here. I'm doubling down on this. And I was right. I was right, and I'm going to be right again on this. I'm quite confident that I'm going to be right again on this because not only when I doubled down on it did I make the right decision at $6 to double down, but and price ended up launching up to $77. But why didn't I sell when it was at $77? That's the question you should really be asking, and I've had that question asked me before. Why didn't I sell then? It's because I know there's more price movement upwards than this. This company is worth way more than what this current price is at right at this moment. This is just an attempt to make fear happen. And you can see that we're not falling for it. If we were, there would be massive amounts of volume as price rolled down. Just massive amounts of price. And they're saying I'm hearing reports that they may be blowing up as early as next week. The Credit Suisse, that is. Turtle says red days are like sitting at a car lot and complaining on the day they have the super end of the year sale. Roseanne says I'm way past the emotions. With that being said, I have to go to the store. Anybody need me to pick up something? I would have said tequila for me, Roseanne, but my wife got it for me last night. I will be coming back today with a cheers, a toast. By the way, we have two birthdays. Dutch and the Big Tramp have birthdays this weekend, and we'll be toasting out the birthdays later. I don't deal on hopium ready for some MOASS. I just don't, man. I deal on facts and numbers that I see. I don't like dealing out hopium. I just don't. I feel like hopium is kind of one of those things that you can fill hopium in one hand and crap in the other, and the crap hand's gonna weigh more. I don't like dealing in hopium. I like dealing with real numbers, hard evidence that stacks and weighs heavier, mounds and mounds of paper evidence that shows you that there's things that are evidence that what you're doing or involved in is worth something more than what it is that's that crap in the other hand. So I'm not going to give you hopium. I'm not. I'm going to spell it out like I see it. And this sucks. I know this sucks, guys. It really does. I get it. Every single day we come in and we see some red days and we get like, oh, another day of red. But that's what they're wanting us to feel like. Casey, you had any dreams yet of AMC running? No, I have not. Hillbilly says that article that said Swees could start laying off next week was wild, right? Yeah, it was wild. Yes. Uh, Jordan, I know of at least one. But I'd have to go back and I'd have to check for you and see for sure. It should be, I would think that there might be an easy Google search on that, but all right, Deborah, sounds good. I won't toast until you get home. Miss Tahiti says, I toast every day, Miss Tahiti. Every single day I toast. Gorilla Gardener says, does anyone know if Credit Suisse has those grandfathered contracts that are about to expire at Bigham's is talking about? I don't. So the thing that I think Bjork had sent out the other day when I was reading through it, it sounded to me like Credit Suisse had closed out their Archegos positions, or at least 95% of them or something, some odd number. But whether or not they still have exposure or not, I have no idea. And I actually had somebody else ask me that as well, in a private DM, and I said, to be honest with you, I don't really care. And the reason that I don't care is because whether or not they have exposure or not, we'll know it if they do, right? We'll start seeing things happen when they start blowing up. And if they don't, then we won't see anything happen. So I'm not really going to go out and search and see. I think mainly the reason that there's any kind of the only reason that I could see that you might want to try and search something out like that or try to figure it out is so you could have some kind of like date in mind. And I don't really care. I really don't. It's always been about 2 weeks for me, so I'm not going to go out there diving through like hundreds and hundreds of pages and documents to try and figure out a date. I'm not going to do it. It's going to happen when it happens, and you'll know it. You'll know it when it happens. It's going to be very obvious. It's going to smack you in the face like a Trey Collins fun toy, and it's going to be real obvious. So you don't have to guess, and it doesn't really matter whether or not those contracts are held or not. You'll find out once they start going down. You'll find out. Anthony says, "What's your thoughts on the reboot for The Crow wrapping up or wrapping us last week? Wrapping. Somebody had mentioned that a little bit, and I didn't even look into it at all. Um, the Crow movies were all right. Um, I was kind of young when those came out. Let me see what year those came out. I don't think my mom let me watch those. 1994. Yeah, it was when I was a senior in high school. So I didn't get to see. I had to watch those on made for TV like later when I was older. So in regards to them remaking them or doing a reboot on them, I guess it just depends on the actors. I don't know, man. I'm not really kind of like a movie critic. I'm probably the last person you should ever ask because I really like. I feel like every time I ever see movie critics that come out with ratings, I feel like I'm always the opposite of whatever it is that they say. So I'm probably like the last guy you should go to for movie critic questions. I'll tell you what, though. I will say this, Anthony. Do I think they should reboot Back to the Future? Hell no. Don't ever let them reboot Back to the Future. I'm way against that. Do not allow them to reboot Back to the Future, period. I'm against it. Take those words out of the. Anybody that starts saying those kind of things, you slap them. No, don't do it. Matt King says jobs report. That's right. I think the jobs report was supposed to come out today. I don't have the page pulled up for that. Let me see here. Let's see if I can pull up. "35 minutes ago, the New York Times posted jobs report live updates. U.S. adds 261,000 jobs in October. It does say here, though, payrolls grew by 261,000 in October. Unemployment rate rises to 3.7. So, yes, there may have been new job increases, but unemployment also rose. I also know that Charles Payne, I think I just saw a video yesterday of Charles Payne basically throwing some job numbers out there, and he said that the job numbers are going to be absolutely crashing within the next, like this jobs report, great, it may have some kind of positive spin to it, but that they wouldn't be able to continue to have that same report going forward, as a lot of companies are going to be taking a 180. Z Wade says, yeah, it's always been 2 weeks. I once thought, hey, what happened to 2 weeks YouTubers? Then realized, oh, they meant 2 weeks. Duh. And at the end of the day, I find comfort in 2 weeks. Yeah, I think he knows what it's from. Sarah, you're welcome. Yeah, we kind of touched on it very briefly. I think JP posted a link to it yesterday, if I remember correctly. And I very briefly read through it, but it was a very, very long document, and I didn't really get into it too much. Yeah, Sarah, if we hit 75 cents a share for Ape, uh, this exercise bike that's behind me won't be here anymore. I'm gonna have to get rid of this thing because there's no way I'm gonna let something like that go by. There's just no way. Brian says I just made some Carolina Reaper pepper salsa, not as hot as expected. That's unfortunate. Did you put vinegar in it? I just got to go out here on a limb, guys. I know this is totally, and I'll answer Jay's question real quick here first. SSR is up on the page there, Jay. It's kind of like right in front of, it's like halfway in the page, and it says trigger price SSR 513. That's only for AMC though. Ape is at 1.467. I do have a red line set up for it. So should we get there to the red line, you'll see it on the page there. I'll get it up on the page so you can see it. But I always have a red line set up for SSR. But I want to talk about that salsa thing here just a sec. Like, this is how I rate salsas, or even hot sauce. Actually, probably more hot sauce than salsa. In a hot sauce, if vinegar is in the top 3 or 4 ingredients on the ingredient list, in my opinion, it's not a hot sauce. It's flavoring. So I'm just going to go out there on a limb and tell you guys, you don't have to agree with me, but if you want to know if you've got a good hot sauce or not, there's probably hardly any vinegar whatsoever. The only reason that they put vinegar in a hot sauce is to open up your taste buds, your palate, in order to receive the heat more intensely that's already there, which typically means that there is no heat. Hold on a second, guys. Where was I? Oh yeah, no vinegar. So if you got no vinegar in there, Brian, it's probably a good thing. Harry Parrott says, will Credit Suisse memorabilia be worth anything after they close the doors? I'm going to say no, Harry Parrott, because my bet is that they'll end up getting bailed out. You're welcome, Jay. Hey, it's nothing new, Koya. We know what we signed up for, man. It's the same thing all the time. It's not going to change. It's not going to change until people start walking out of doors with their stuff packed up in their boxes. There's no sense in getting mad over it because that's an emotion that is just going to cause you to. I mean, you can be if you feel like it's going to make you feel better, then get mad. But just know that it's going to continuously be like this until it's over. They're not just going to give up on us and just throw us money. It's not how this works. Jeff says, I grow my own ghost peppers, then grind them and use them like salt. Makes food hot, but does not change the taste. That sounds good, man. That's the way to do it. Turtle says, "Arr, turtle stomp." Makes me think of Hulk. Wait. I feel like maybe this is a bobblehead Ross moment here. We're gonna have to calm the souls down here a little bit. Bobblehead Ross, we need your help here. We need to channel our calmness. Maybe there's just a couple trees over here with a nice flowing creek, and maybe there's a small little rock over here that you can sit on. Let's channel our inner Bob Ross here and just hear what he has to say for advice.
Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test.
He's like, screw Casey, get freaking mad, and this is your bravery test. So you heard it here first. Bob Ross says, get angry. Get angry. Don't watch. Like Bjork's saying right now, can't watch this. Enjoy your day, guys. Yeah, it's if you got to take a minute and walk away, walk away. Casey, we still want you to do the one chip challenge. I can do that. Why not? I've got a whole bottle of. Hold on a second here. I lied. It's not a whole bottle. I mean, it is, but it's a small bottle. It's like a sampler bottle of the last dab from the hot ones. And here, I'll switch to the other picture so maybe you guys can see this. Hold on a second. This one. I have the hot ones, the last dab. I got the little tiny sampler size, and it came with a game that we purchased as like a truth or dare kind of game. Anyways, I think I did that one time here on the. I straight up like just took a swig of it, like a whole swig, and it wasn't bad, to be honest with you. Like it really, I feel like half the people on the show, either they make this like way less potent, or they're faking it when they're on that interview channel. It says right here, ingredients. I'm looking at them: pepper X peppers, distilled vinegar is number 2. I can't even read that word. Turmeric, coriander, cumin, and dry mustard. Dry. These words are very, very small. It looks like dry mustard. And let me just tell you guys, it ain't nothing. That last dab is not like they make it seem like on the YouTube channel. I was a little disappointed. Yucca Frida says that sauce looks rigged. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Yucca Frida. I'd like to believe that what they give out here in these little tiny bottle sample sizes are not like the real heat. Like maybe the stuff that they use on the show is a little bit hotter. Because I mean, you just can't have distilled vinegar as your second ingredient and say, "Oh, this is the hottest one we've got." It's like, no, no, it's not. Ooh, Harry Parrott says, I say Casey and Pantheon have to do the Hot Wings gauntlet while answering investment trivia. That would be fun. Hot Koch. Mitch says Hot Koch should be the Big Tramp's license plate. That would be funny. We got about 11 more minutes here, guys. We'll take a look at the numbers before I take a break. Ooh, Savvy says Casey Dave's intensity and insanity is hot. So I think I've heard of that one, Savvy. And if I'm not mistaken, I may have actually even tried it once before. I can't remember if it was that one or a different one. But if it's the one I'm thinking of, no, it can't be. It can't be the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I can't remember what the name of the other one was. But I'm pretty sure that I've tried that Dave's Insanity. It is hot though. It is definitely hot. You know, Sarah, it's been a long, long time since you've heard those kind of things, hasn't it? It used to be a long time ago, and I stay away from that kind of stuff, Sarah, because I don't know that it's appropriate for me to suggest those kind of things, considering that I may be considered a quote unquote influencer. But you're not wrong. A long, long time ago, when this whole thing went down, the whole GME and Wall Street bets and all that kind of stuff. That used to be the sentiment all the time, was to buy in the end of the day. That's when your purchases would have the most impact at moving price. Uh, I personally tend to think that there might be some other periods of time that might be even more effective, but would also cost you more money to purchase during those. Could potentially cost you more. Should potentially cost you more money to make purchases during those periods of time as well, which would be in the pre-market and aftermarket hours. But it's neither here nor there. you must have been around for a while, Sarah. You had to have been around this for a while to be able to say those kind of things. I remember when those were very often talked about periods of time where purchasing should occur. Like I said, I try to stay away from that because I don't think I'm supposed to say those kind of things. So I just, it's your money, it's your choice. You buy when you want to. I'm not going to I'm not going to make any suggestions. Yeah, I can tell you've been here for a while, Sarah, just by, I mean, there are certain things that certain people can say that almost tell you exactly how long they've been a part of this. One of the things I find, Sarah, is that when people come in and say, I've been in this play for 2 years I'm down 90%, I laugh a little bit in the inside because I go like, no, you're not. If you were in from 2 years ago, you're not down 90%. So, and it's just funny because there's certain key things that people can say that you can almost time how long they've been a part of this just based off of what it is that they have to say, or maybe their knowledge on what's been happening. And what you said right there is some very, very old school knowledge about Wall Street bets and some of the things that they were kind of doing to help price movement. And I would suggest to you guys, Wall Street bets is all that old information is still there. You can go back and you can research some of the things that were said back prior to the price movements that really launched GME in the first place, and find some of the information on some of the tactics that they used, to get to where they got to. So, if you want to go do some research, that's the place to go. Go check out your past, see where you came from. Casey, where is that put us on the synthetic price failure on your breaker? Hold on a second. Let me pull up these numbers here. So our low right now is 545 on AMC. That is a 24.8% downwards movement in price since $7.25. If it makes it beyond 26%, then we could see up to a 35% drop before seeing a reversal, but we haven't hit that just yet. On Ape, we are at 1.53. That is 47.96% beyond, and so that means that we will more than likely see that 60% drop in price before seeing a reversal. It's already exceeded pretty far beyond 40%. So I can tell you what that next reversal point would look like. 2.94. You're looking at a reversal at about 117 as a potential possibility on Ape. That would be a 60% failure in price from 294. More than likely. Doesn't have to be though. If you look historically at some of our price drops in the past that we've had so far in Ape, our very first price drop was a 50.3% drop in price before it ever started seeing turnaround points. The next one after that was a 42.7% drop in price. The one after that was a 49.9% drop in price. The chances of us seeing a 50% drop in price before seeing a turnaround point we've 2 out of the last 4 times we've dropped in price, it was right around 50%. So we have a 50% rate of hitting 50% down in our drops. So and we're at 47.96 right now. So 50% went from 294 would be 147. But I'm just going to say, Doug, that's kind of unusual. It's not always typical for us to see those 50% price points and turnaround. So I feel like those are kind of they're very, what's the word I'm looking for? Those are not typical. They kind of defy, the 40% makes sense to me, but the 50% is kind of odd. It's a weird number. Spangled Jakey, yes, I think so. It's so funny to watch my on the screen that I have, guys, that I'm looking at for the chat. I'm watching the stream with you guys, but it's like showing up from the past because I get the buffer just like you guys do. It's really funny to go back and see me doing math on a calculator. You're like, dang, I look like a goof. I mean, all I have to do is just divide the number in half from where we're at, and and then I know where we would have been. But I don't know, man. Sometimes I just can't. It's just easier for me to pull out a calculator and just do it real quick. So correct me if I'm wrong on AMC. It would be 520 possibility for the next one. 35%. Hold on a second. I'm getting 471. I'm getting 471 on that. Because it should be 35. The next drop point would be 35%. Well, unless you're thinking 26. If that's what you're going for, if you're going for a 26% failure point. 536 would be the right number. You said 520. Yeah, if you're going for a 26% drop, it's going to be 536. All right, one more minute, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Let's see. It's got to go to 90. Casey needs to shave. That's right. I agree, Manji. Good morning, by the way. Sarah says, I used to watch Matt Kors. What an annoying person now. That's what I was laughing at. So, yeah, I don't like to split the community, Sarah, so I'm not going to talk crap. But how about them fanny packs? I'm just, to be honest with you, Sarah, way, way, way back in the day when I used to watch people, I was watching Trey Collins. I was watching a little bit of Andrew Mo Money, and then I was kind of rounding it out a little bit with the late night guy, and I can't think of his name off the swinger trader or something like that. I can't remember what his name was, but I really liked him because he actually kind of did. He covered a lot of things that most people weren't covering, and he had late night videos that he would post up when I was working in the middle of the night, and it was perfect time for me. So, but I never really clicked with Matt. I just didn't connect. I don't know what it was, but I feel like I'm dry. I'm a dry individual, and when you get two dry individuals together, it just becomes too dry. Do you have dry eyes? You know what I'm saying? Like I felt like I was like falling asleep watching him, and I started to feel that way about Andrew Mo Money too. So, JT Wisco, how much more can they drop it? As much as they want, JT. They have full control over price. They have full control over price. The objective here, JT, is to discourage us from continuing to hold on to our shares. And they will do whatever it is that they think they need to do in order to discourage us from holding. So the answer to your question is they have full control over price. They will drop it however much they need to, and as much as they can afford to. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Let's see what we got going on here. Taking a look at, remember, when the big tramp's not on the screen, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it on your account, you may want to set it up, as it could prevent somebody from getting into it that shouldn't be in there. Make sure you set a secondary phone number up with it, so that in case something happens to your primary phone number, you can always get back into your account by sending the code to the other phone number. Oh, son of a gun, I just closed out a screen. There we go. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Starting with off exchange. Off exchange for AMC currently at 49.62. It's a little low. EDGX at 11.34, giving us a grand total of 60.96% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's a little low. I would expect it to be about 2 or 3% higher right now. CHX volume is 1,152 shares. Off exchange for Ape is 58.14 and EDGX at 9.42 for a grand total 67.56. That is elevated by about 3% higher than what I would expect, 3 or 4%. CHX volume, nothing abnormal going on there for Ape either. 1,978 shares currently. GME for CHX volume, nothing abnormal, and HYMC. Nothing abnormal on HYMC either. So nothing abnormal on any of those, what I would consider to be a forced settlement exchange. Taking a look at the Ortex data. An hour ago, there was approximately 723,000 shares that were borrowed for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now down to 622,000 shares. Not going to have much of a change on short share interest of the free float, which is showing at 20.03%. Cost to borrow average is at 18.04%, and shares on loan for the day-to-day is up 1.9 million shares at 179.76 million. 620,000 of that Ortex is estimated to be in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 372,000 shares having been returned. That's the same value. That's currently putting our short share interest of the free float at 8.69%. Cost to borrow average is at 2.32 shares on loan for the day-to-day is up by 500,000 shares in new short interest and putting our on loan amount at 37.63 million shares. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume in the options is at a $6 strike price. An hour ago there were 7.6 thousand contracts. There's now 9.2. Let's just call it 9.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is now not in the, oh, it actually still is in the money puts. In the money puts are still being purchased. The highest amount of volume now, $1 less than what it was an hour ago at 6.5 at 5.5. And instead of 2.7 thousand contracts at 6.5, there's now 3.3 thousand contracts at 5.5. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, we were sitting at $6.99. So here's the thing, guys. This is what's always kind of caught me off guard a little bit about the the community and the look at the price. I want you guys to go back in history. I want you to look and see what price dropped down to for AMC before it ever started reaching into the ranges of $70. Go back and look at that. Research it. Because I can tell you what it was. And it was low. It was really, 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 really low. Right now we're sitting at just about $7. That's not even close yet. It's not even close. We got a ways to go before we even get back down to those levels. When you sit there and ask yourself how much lower this could possibly go, look at the past. Look at the past and see what the past tells you. The past tells you everything that it is that you need to know. The market has ways of continuously repeating itself over and over and over and over. Go look at it. Find out. $6.99 is where we're at right now. I think this may be the lowest. If I pull back out here just a tad, did we hit a double bottom on this? Nope, we didn't quite yet. I mean, it is pretty much the same price, but from the past we had 697. We're at 699 right now. We're within pennies of hitting a double bottom here on this. Looks like we had some large amount of volume that came in here a little bit ago. I'm going to go ahead and draw what appears to be a level of support, a descending level of support. And it does kind of appear like we may have a descending broadening wedge. I hope not. A descending broadening wedge will lead to further price reduction. What will end up happening is this price will come back, shooting back up to reach one of these touching points up in here. More than likely, it'll probably be around this like $7.36 range. It'll break out going up there and then find a newer low. So hopefully that's not the case here. Hopefully that's just bad analysis, and maybe we're getting just the double bottom in here. On a much larger scale, when you look at it and draw back out a little bit, there is a double bottom that's occurring at $6.99. Actually, it's $6.97 to be exact. AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks according to Fidelity. What does that tell you? It means we're moving on low volume. Moving on low volume tends to create springing actions in price when it goes back up. $5.13 is the going rate for trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day today. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they did return some shares. More than likely, they closed out some short interest as price was moving down. This is where Peter was talking about before, that they're making money on the way down. They absolutely are, but they're also losing money on the way down. Question is are they making more or losing more? And if you go and you look at their quarterly reports and you find out they're losing more money than they're making, great. Congratulations, they're just prolonging it. Fees are at 16.6%. No new borrowed shares in the last hour. So far for the day today, we have about 400,000 shares. I almost said 250. 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. The NASDAQ is now starting to turn. It's down let me refresh this real quick here. NASDAQ is showing down 0.16%. Dow Jones is up 0.18. S&P 500 is up 0.09. The market's starting to reverse in the other direction. We have 3,463 advancers to 3,242 decliners. The market is the market is barely hanging on here with more advancers than decliners. And we've got the VIX is down 1.15, VTI is down 0.01, IWD is up 0.27, Tesla down 1.68, Amazon up 0.26, Cinemark up 10.65, Doge up 0.21, Bitcoin up 2.84, GameStop up 2.7, HYMC GameStop down 2.7, sorry. HYMC up 9.99, Hood is down 2.8, Credit Suisse is up 4.23, NCMI is up 0.53, Ape is down 3.37, and AMC is down 3.86. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is almost nearly identical. Just slightly more outflow than inflow with 10.24 million shares traded. With 161 minutes of trading so far. Give me 1 second while I write this down. 10.25. We're on pace for about 24.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That is definitely within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.08, which is below average and almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.14, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 23.97, signaling oversold. On APE, we have approximately just slightly more, about $20,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 9.43 million shares traded so far, putting us on a pace for 22.72 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is, I don't know if you guys are doing this or not, but if you're adding up the combined volume from AMC and Ape, we're exceeding our 3-month average volume from previously right now. Just throwing that out there. That should be noted. Taking a look at the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.32, which is below average after having signaled an oversold condition. We currently have on a 30-minute interval more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.01, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.76, which is slightly below average. And with that, let me see if I can draw out something here for both AMC and Ape. There does seem to be a level of support here, a descending level of support that we have. As price is moving down and volume is increasing a little bit here, that's not necessarily bullish, but price is currently on an upward swing as the volume is directly increasing. It's consolidating a little bit and then starting to move back up as volume is starting to increase, which is bullish. So what we're going to want to see here is we're going to want to see some kind of like break. Again, on this, it really looks like this is a very wide descending broadening wedge. I don't think that's what's going on here. I think there's something else happening. What we're going to see what we want to see have happen is if price were to drive above this upper level of resistance and break through, we want to see price drive beyond the white line. The higher it goes beyond the white line, the less likely it is that we'll see a descending broadening wedge, which would indicate lower prices down, which I can calculate later if that ends up happening, but we'll figure it out. We'll take it as we see it. And let's take a look here at Ape real fast. Looks like we got a little bit of a level of resistance here. So in this particular case, to me, it looks like we have, hold on a second here. Descending price with what appears to be falling volume. That is a bullish indicator, and this trend channel is pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge. I would expect to see somewhere, perhaps, within this box, a break to the top side. make sure I get the box in the right spot. 153. And that's tight. I kind of want to move this box back a little bit. $157 to $153. I mean, it looks like it's happening right now. I'm just gonna leave my box there, but it looks like it's kind of starting to happen right now. I only have a 7-cent spread between here and here, so it needs. I should have at least a 10-cent spread. Where it's breaking out right now, 158 to 153 is a little bit closer to a 10-cent spread. So I was just late to put the drawing in here. The pattern analysis. Alrighty, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Let's see here. Together Strong says, Casey, I've been in the play for almost 2 years. I watched my P&L run from 20K to 130K, and now I'm under 15K since we keep crashing. Am I an idiot? Do you believe this play will run again? I don't believe you're an idiot. I can't assure you of anything ever, right? I mean, maybe we have a meteor hit the earth. I don't know. There's always some possibility, right? There's always a realm of possibilities. I believe that the possibilities of a squeeze are strong, and even if there is, even if there is no squeeze, I think the chances of AMC being able to be a profitable company and having the stock be at least worth, I don't know, probably in the range of like somewhere between $30 and $40, maybe 30 and $50 at some point, would be very fair. Would be very, very fair. So I know that doesn't sound great to everybody here. Go like, I'd love to see way more than that. I quite frankly think I will see that, but I mean, I can't promise you anything. All I can tell you is that I continue to hold because I believe in what's happening here. And I see other people holding as well. And until I see something different, until I see different indicators that tell me that as a group, as a collective group, that we don't believe in this any longer and that people are showing indications of selling, like massive selling offs, I'm going to continue to just report what I see. What? Why are we talking bad about people, Yucca Frida? I mean, it's probably a joke to you. I don't know if I can take that as a joke though. Sorry, but I just don't. I don't. I don't choose to joke about people like that. It was yesterday's chat? Okay, well, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm going to avoid it. AMC is worth $30 a share without the squeeze. Downtown's cinema is cheap entertainment when recession hits. Yeah. Casey, on the AMC chart, a cup and handle forming. Look. I mean, this little tiny thing. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'd call that a cup and handle. Maybe. I would like to see more of a support line. Like I would, if I was going to see a cup and handle, I'd rather see it like start back up here, work its way down, work its way back up to a strong level of support, and then having the handle. So this little tiny thing driving back up to not even quite the other side of the cup, no. I would say no, a big no on this. The price didn't even make it all the way back up to the other side. It missed it by 4 cents. Even though that doesn't sound like a whole lot, I mean, the spread right here on this is not very big, so I'm gonna go with a no on that if that's what you're talking about. If you're looking at a bigger time frame though, then maybe I'd have to look at it. $6.50, Sarah. Yeah, you know what, Hillbilly? The one thing I don't do is invest in opinions. I invest on numbers. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. This is why I invest on numbers. All right, Nana's joking about it now. I feel a little bit better about it. And they all stink. That's right, Hillbilly. This is why I like numbers so much. I don't prefer to opinions are just opinions. I think so what? Who cares? I'm gonna wait for hard data to tell me what's actually happening. Man, I wish I could say that name. Canapian? Is it Canapian? Welcome. I don't think I've seen the name before, or if I have, I just maybe don't remember seeing it. But welcome. All right, I think it's about time for me to. Okay, cool. I get names wrong all the time, Canapian, and so it's probably one of my most fun, embarrassing things to do to myself is get names wrong on here. So I'm glad I got yours right somehow. And yeah, so um, just welcome, I guess. Now I'm gonna go to break. No, seriously though, I do take breaks at around 11:20 to 11:30. I'm gonna take a break right now. I think I'm gonna come back at 12:10, guys. I will see you back here. I'm gonna get some lunch and we'll do numbers. And then today, when I do the man of the van crinkle for your wrinkle half hour, we will take a look at Fibonacci retracements, how I do them, how you're supposed to do them. We'll take a look at what Fibonacci retracements are, and that'll be kind of like our indicator for the day to day that we talk about. And the reason that I'm bringing up Fibonacci retracements today was because yesterday when we were talking about the Gartley harmonic patterns. Um, Fibonacci, they're all based off of Fibonacci retracements that can be found. So we'll talk about that. I think it'll kind of maybe help you to maybe perhaps visualize um, what some of that means. Hopefully, we'll see. I'll try to do my best. The crinkle for your wrinkle. That's right. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier, Shimmer. Yucca Frida says, Casey, do you own a library card? I'm gonna go with no. I might, but it's not in my wallet. I think I'm registered at my library, but I don't know if they gave out cards or not. I actually think they don't. I don't ever remember receiving a card, or if I did get it, maybe it's sitting in an envelope somewhere and I have no idea where. I didn't bother putting it in my wallet, that's for sure. I'll tell you this. I think the more important thing there is not do I own a library card, but do I ever go use it? And the answer is definitely not. I definitely do not use it. So, and I probably should. CD Portif, you're welcome, man. Yeah, Hillbilly. There's a misconception within our community that there's a such thing as a real share and a non-real share. And that misconception is kind of it's a little bit of a toxic thing. All of your shares are promissory notes of ownership of a share. Every single one of your shares is the exact same thing as the next. There is no difference between any one of your shares. So whether you want to do FIFO or LIFO, the only thing I'm going to recommend, because I am not a licensed tax professional, is that you should look into the tax implications of what it is that you'd be doing if you were going to be selling first in, first out versus last in, first out. That's all I'm going to say. But there is a very common miscommon perception that you hold some kind of real share. Every single share that you buy through your broker, doesn't matter what company you're buying through or what security you're buying in, is a fake share. It is a promissory note of a position that you're holding. End of story. There is no real share. It is a thing of the past. So just know that there is no I'm selling fake shares versus real share thing that's out there. Because that's not how this market works. Now, your broker, on the other hand, does deal in real shares. And what they decide to sell and what they decide not to sell is all on them. They're the ones that get to decide what real shares and what synthetic positions are traded. So that's not going to be a choice you get to make. Alrighty, guys. I will see you in a bit. 12:10. I'm going to answer that last question real quick here because GRSR asked it and I don't want to leave without answering. Yes. They absolutely have to pay you your money when you sell your share, though. That is correct. It is a promissory note of ownership of a share. Whatever you decide to sell for, the going rate at that time is what they have to give you for that promissory note. Whether or not they actually sell or a real share or not on your behalf is up to them. But whether or not they pay you, yes, they have to pay you. All right, I'm out.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Okay, I'm back. Let me see here. I'm still drawing out some stuff here on Ape rather. Originally, I had this drawn out, kind of touching this as a secondary support line right here. Kind of viewed these as like perhaps maybe being points that might have been not necessarily the correct touching points, but in retrospect, you can see price moved up to those levels but never really broke. If I take this and actually put this, oh come on, put this actually on the touch points there. You can see that there's a following touch point here, and then these multiple touch points here as well, showing me that I probably did not chart this well. I think the bottom side is correct. There is a little bit of a fake break to the bottom side here, but we may be looking at very close to sometime leaving out just the tip here. Let me just check the price on this. 157. Yeah, I mean, pretty close to where it's at right now. I'm just going to go ahead and delete the box because it's pointless at this right now. It's getting really close to breaking out as it stands, as it already is close to the bottom side of this. It's going to be unexpected to see it drop like this. You should see with falling price and falling volume for price to move upwards, and this is trending down. So there's some abnormal movements in price that's occurring currently. No mystery there. As if we didn't know. I receive a lot of messages while I'm on break, guys, and there's a very common theme to that is what's happening today. And it's nothing different, guys. It never, ever, ever, ever changes. It's always the same thing. It's just simply them trying to create fear and pain. They want you to feel fear and pain, and if you're not feeling that, they're going to continue to apply it, more and more and more of it. We already talked about the fact that they have control of price. We watched them close the price exactly 666 on Halloween. They have control of price. That's not an issue. That's not what we're talking about here. They have that control. They can put this price wherever they want to put it. The answer truly and honestly is how do they get you to sell your shares? Because they can't close their positions until they get your shares. So they're either going to have to somehow they're going to have to try and bankrupt a company that's not going to. There's no way they can bankrupt this company just by dropping the share price, due to the fact that we buy into them dropping price. So somehow they have to try and give a perception of pain. How do they make you feel pain? How do they make you feel desperation? Because that's what it is. They're trying to play a feelings game with you. And I know a lot of people are probably sitting here going like, I don't have any feelings left. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I go like, okay, well you might not, but I still get lots and lots and lots of people wanting to know what's happening. Why is this happening? I don't understand. And it really doesn't change. There's nothing that's changed about this. It's been the same thing from day one. We've been seeing this happen over and over and over. The reassuring thing to this is that we've also seen other things happen as they attempt to try to do these kind of things. If you go back in history and you look at your history and you see what's happened when they try to attempt this kind of stuff, they end up getting short squoze. Yep, I just made a new word. But they do. They end up getting pain in return. So, and you're gonna have to just stay focused on what the long-term goal here is, and you're gonna have to probably try and turn a blind eye to what's the feelings that they're trying to bring out inside of you. Because that's all this is. It's a psychological game. So let's take a look at the numbers, and because I only have about 14 minutes left here to before I have to start covering the man in the van, crinkle for your wrinkle, Fibonacci hour. And I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I'm actually leaning towards using Warrior Trader's website again. This would be the second time I've used his website for referencing something, and it's just because when I look up some of my other normal sources for information, his is far superior. So he really has a way of being able to break it down to the way that a dummy like me can understand it. And so I figure since I'm a dummy, I might as well show you what I find to be the most interesting way for something to be explained. Because if I can get it, then you can get it. Spangled Jakey, there's lots of different things that could cause a squeeze to occur. And whether or not this, the idea that they can push this down and turn it into a penny stock is, it's a bunch of garbage. So I don't believe that to be the case. So let's take a look at the numbers. Like herpes? I don't know, man. I don't have herpes, so I wouldn't know. How would I know? How would I know what that's like? What the hell, man? That's a terrible question. But it's funny though. I like it. That is funny. Like herpes. Yeah, no. I have no idea. Let's see here. Let's take a look at our numbers. I feel like moving off of what it is that you just said is like making it seem like I have, like, let's not talk about that anymore, about those herpes. I ain't got no herpes. Let's see here. Let's look at what we got going on. You won't be able to see the big tramp. Trust you, bro. Okay. This is. You guys are gonna start some kind of crazy rumor. You guys are gonna start some kind of crazy rumor that Casey's got herpes, and next thing I know, I'm gonna have to be fielding questions about herpes all the time. And Peter says what happens in the back of the van. Thanks, Peter. Appreciate that, man. Casey, keep doing your thing, my man. All right, let's move on then. Casey was having herpes was the catalyst we always needed. Oh my gosh, you guys are rigged. That's what you guys are. You're rigged. You know what? I got to talk about this. I got to talk about this for a second. Do you guys ever see the herpes commercials that come on TV? And I apologize to anybody out there who has herpes. I'm not trying to make fun of you. But when you see those herpes commercials that pop up on TV or wherever it is that they pop up on, and you see those commercials, I always watch the actress. It's usually an actress. Sometimes I don't think they usually use males for those. But you see this actress, and I just sit there and I think to myself, I go like, man, like that that's got to be a good paying gig, right? Because I mean, she basically just went on like national television and said, I have herpes. Like that's got to be a good paying gig. Because I'm sure she goes to like the bars and and or wherever she's meeting up with a guy and he's all like, I recognize you from somewhere, don't I? And then she's like, no, 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 never. You've never seen me before. I'm just a regular person. She probably doesn't even have herpes. She just had to play the part in order to get the gig. And and so the poor Jane Doe over there, she's sitting there going like, I don't have herpes. No, no, no. I swear I've seen you in a commercial before somewhere. All right, let's take you guys to the other page here. Let's check what's going on. Remember, when the big tramp's gone, I can't see what it is you guys are writing. Herpes is our safe word. Oh man. All right, I got to continue on. You guys are just making me laugh my head off here. Taking a look at logging into my Fidelity account here, I'm going to tell you about two-factor authentication. You may want to get it as it could keep somebody with herpes out of your account. You don't want herpes in your account. So, in order to avoid that, sign yourself up for some protection. And while you're at it, set up a secondary phone number, somebody that that's clean so that you don't spread it around. But yeah, it's good to have a secondary backup phone number just in case something happens to your primary so you can get into your account. This is so uncomfortable. Like I legitimately am offending somebody out there that's got herpes right now, and I'm not meaning to do so. It's more just funny because it's probably like one of those things you just shouldn't talk about, but here I am talking about it. That's what makes it funny to me. It's just that it's one of those topics. I had to go back to look at the comments just one more time, and then I see Joe's comment that says, "This session brought to you by Trojan." This commercial for extra protection brought to you by Trojan. Make sure you have two-factor authentication. Oh man. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. Poor Doug down here. He's like, Doug said like numbers a half hour ago. He's like, can you please cover these numbers? Off exchange for AMC at 49.93%. EDGX is 11.39 for a grand total of 61.32%. That's probably low by about 3% from a normal day. Wait, I got to show this to you guys. I got to show this to you because it's just really funny. So I've shown this to you before. There's what is this? Chartexchange.com always has the most inappropriate pictures that pop up as advertisements, and I showed it to my wife and to my son. I was like, these are like, I'm like, what is up with the ads that come up on here? And so I got to just show you because we just got done talking about herpes, and what does the picture show me? Look what the ad is in here when I refreshed. Look at the ad down there at the bottom. Are you kidding me? Come on. What 18 what come on. What is going on here? Let me refresh this again, see what I get. Oh yeah, now I get barbecue grills. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah, look, it's hot. This site, if you want some entertainment for the site, chartexchange.com has some of the most wild advertisements that come through. It could be anything. You never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. Yep, I just refreshed. It's barbecue grills again. What is it this time? Oh, third time in a row, barbecue grills. It doesn't want to talk about it. Oh, now we're back to the crazy wedding photos. I can't do this, guys. This is it's too much. All right, back to the numbers. Doug's rolling his eyes now. On Ape, these pictures throw me off every damn time. All right, this time I got a truck. This time I got a let's see, it says all we do is lifted trucks. It looks like a Subaru they lifted. That's actually it's a pretty good looking truck. Let's see, 60.56 for off exchange, and EDGX is at 8.6 for a grand total 69.16. See, I say stupid things like this, and then it picks up what I'm saying, I'm sure, and that's why I get these like crazy ads. Like if I refresh another one of these, it'll probably be something really crazy. Now it said 69. 69.16% of our volume going for Ape through those off exchanges. That is elevated by 4 or 5% there. CHX volume on Ape is at 1,978, not a whole lot. On AMC, it was at 1,153, nothing abnormal. For GME, it's at 5,007, nothing crazy. HYMC sitting at 1,300 shares, nothing crazy there either. So nothing crazy happening through the CHX exchange on any of those four. Taking a look at Ortex. Chart exchange. You're killing me, man. Killing me. An hour ago, there was 622,000 shares having been borrowed from for AMC. It's now 608,000 shares. That's not going to really affect the short share interest of the free float, which is at 20.03%. Cost to borrow is at 18.05. Not a whole lot of change there either. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.76 million shares. That is down by, up rather, day over day by 1.9 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 620,000 shares of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 372,000 shares returned. It's now 515,000. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float by 8.67%. Cost per hour average at 2.32, which is low. Currently, shares on loan at 37.63 million shares. That is 500,000 shares more on loan today than yesterday, and that should all be in short interest. Taking a look at the options. I hate you, Arthur. You're hilarious. You're hilarious, but I hate you. At a $6 strike price an hour ago, there was 9.3 thousand contracts with the highest amount of volume for call contracts. It is now 9.8. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 3.3 thousand contracts. There's now 4.3. Market's kind of insinuating a closing price of AMC somewhere between 5.5 and 6. Taking a look at the combined price of the two, as of right now, we are at $6.99, $6.98. We do seem to be traveling what appears to be down an ascending parallel channel. Excuse me. Did I say ascending parallel? Descending, broadening wedge. I don't know what the hell I just said. We are getting elevated levels of volume starting to come through here a little bit. If this is a descending, broadening wedge, price should break out of this at some point and drive back up to around 736. If it does that, then we have like a 60% chance of seeing price fall down below some of these lows that we've seen already so far. So we'll watch out for that, and hopefully that's not going to be the case. Nobody's going to want to see that, but if it is, it is. It is what it is. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, we've got AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on the list due to low volume. Still not on the list for the day-to-day. Seems to me like they're doing a pretty good job of keeping this off of people's radars. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC would be at $5.13. For Ape, it would be at 1.467. The available amount of shares to borrow, it looks like it did decrease by about 20,000 shares. They did return 5,000 in there somewhere, so it's really 25,000 shares that they've borrowed in the last hour, but I'm not going to count it because I only count in increments of 50,000. Fees are at 16.6 thousand shares having, or what am I saying? Fees are at 16.6% so far for borrowing for the day-to-day, and total amount of shares borrowed for the day so far has about been 400,000 shares. Taking a look at NASDAQ is down 0.47, Dow Jones is up 0.08, S&P 500 is down 0.01. We currently have 3,559 advancers to 3,204 decliners. The market is still holding on to the advancing categorization, except for the fact that some of the markets are starting to turn red. Currently, the VIX is showing down 1%. The US dollar is down 1.55. Oil is up 4.26. The mortgage-backed securities are up somewhere between 0.15 and 0.25. SPY is down 0.02 and increasing in value. VTI is down 0.19. IWD is up 0.34. Tesla down 4.99%. Amazon is down 1.25. Cinemark up 11.69. Doge down 0.21. Bitcoin up 2.66. GME is down 2.62. HYMC up 11.8. Hood is down 3.49. CS is up 4.73. NCMI is up 0.76. Ape is down 5.83, and AMC is down 3.95. There's roughly about $500,000 more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, with 13.16 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 241 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 21.29 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in pre-market. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.38, which is below average and almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. That is equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 34.62, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of selling and buying pressure with an RSI of 43.55, which is almost below average. On Ape, there's roughly 168,000 shares or dollars more in inflow than outflow. 12.33 million shares traded so far after 242 minutes. Putting us on pace for 19.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's right within that ballpark figure of 5 to 25 million that I predicted in the pre-market. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure on the hourly time interval with RSI at 32.43, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.26, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40, which is below average. Volatility has come way, way down here. Did we start trading again at 12 o'clock? Sideways? No, it was a little bit later today. So far, I'd say it started right around 13:15. Oh, there was one spot where it traded a little bit lower. We'll just call it 13:15. It's close enough. Looks like they want to kind of hold the position right here. And with that, guys, it's time. It's beyond time for me to start talking about the Fibonacci retracements and extensions. I don't really do extensions all that often. I have kind of messed with them a little bit, but I can show you how to do them. Give me 1 second while I forward a web page to myself. So again, giving full credit to Warrior Trader, who does an excellent job at giving smiles and putting together web pages that even dummies like me can understand. I didn't use this. This is not the web page that I used in order to learn how to do this, but I'm showing you this because this is probably like I like to give you guys like references of things to be able to pull back up in case you need it, and this way you guys will be able to go back over the information and read it for yourself, and you don't have to ask me over and over and over. Let's see here. Reading what you guys are saying here real quick just before I get into this. Ding Ding Dong Dong says, my brother Casey, they can't do shit to us. That's how I feel, man. I mean, they can do whatever they want to the price. But I see what it is what we're doing here. I love Arthur. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Just shout it out. Shout it out. We my only worry, Arthur, because even if I did have herpes, it wouldn't bother me one way or the other. But the thing that worries me though is that there may be somebody that has it that might be offended by us making fun of it. And I just don't want to do that to anybody because I don't know. I don't know how prevalent it is in the United States. I've way long time ago. I don't know if you guys ever used to listen to like Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew on the Love Line. I used to love listening to that on the radio. It was like one of my most favorite things to do to listen on the radio way back in the day. And I just always I love listening to those guys. And Dr. Drew would always like come out with these like really annoying statistics, and he was saying like something like 75% of the population by some year, which I don't remember what it was, would have genital herpes. And I was like, yeah, look, Joe says, wait, is herpes like a rash? No, but he did. Like he legitimately said, that some insane amount of the population would have genital herpes by some date, and I don't remember what it was, but like you don't know how afraid it made me of like sitting on bathroom toilets. Like I suddenly became like super like I don't want to sit on toilets anymore. Everywhere I would go, I'll hover if I have to, but I don't want to get that. So it plays a big impact on people when you start talking about things, and it just I don't know. I try to avoid that kind of stuff just because I think it's like it can affect people. Ding Ding Dong Dong says, don't want to bring somebody into the convo, but anyone know what happened to Trey? Oh man, yeah. Well, it was something entirely different, I think. Ding Ding Dong Dong. Just saying. Janice says I'm so funny. Thick Flare says repo. Reverse repos for today is 2.23 trillion, which is an increase day over day, with 108 counterparties, which is also an increase from 105. You get a lot of splash when you hover. It was never, you know what the problem though, Funky Pizza is that it was never the water I was afraid of because you can flush the water first. It was always the lid. It's the lid that I was afraid of. Matt says swingers and herpes. Doug, enjoy your time while you're here, man. I hope you enjoy your time. See, now you guys are starting all kinds of. Oh man, you guys are starting too much here. All right, let's take a look at what we're supposed to be talking about here. Let's get back on track with Fibonacci. I only have like 20 minutes now. So if you go to that, everything that I'm going to be talking about here for the most part, but other than the demonstration that I'm going to show you guys, and I'm going to really just briefly kind of cover, there's not a whole lot of stuff on his page that I want to cover because I think Fibonacci's are kind of one of those interesting things where it's like showing you in practice how it works is probably way more valuable than just talking about it. So most of my time is going to be spent showing you guys how to set up a Fibonacci, or at least how I do it. And I think that you'll find if you go back through some of his talking points in here, you'll probably find out that they're probably similar. So we'll just I'm going to start off skipping the first part that he put in here, and I'm just say what are Fibonacci numbers and ratios. Fibonacci sequence, also sometimes referred to as the golden ratio, is a series of numbers where each number is a sum of the previous two numbers. For example, with the string 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 3, or 13, 21, 34, 55, if we add 0 plus 1, we get 1. If we add 1 plus 1, we get 2. If we add 1 plus 2, we get 3, and so on forever down the sequence. The resulting sequence is known as the Fibonacci sequence, and each of the number in the sequence is called a Fibonacci number. The Fibonacci ratios are then calculated by dividing the numbers across the sequence. These calculations then give us the following ratios that are used in the Fibonacci levels: 0, 0.236, 0.382, 0.5, 0.618, 0.786, 1.618, and 2.618. And then, of course, you'll probably, a lot of times you'll hear people say the 23.6 or the 382 or the 681, 61.8 or the 786. It's just all they've done is they've multiplied it by, turned it into a percentage by moving the decimal place over and simply giving yourself a percentage point or a percentage ratio. So the ratios get translated into percentages, which then are applied to the chart to try to identify potential hidden support or resistance levels in the market. The Fibonacci sequence was discovered in 1202 by an Italian mathematician known as Leonardo of Pisa. While considering a practical problem involving the growth of the hypothetical population of rabbits based on idealized assumptions, this sequence governs many aspects of life, from creation of flowers, the formation of waves, to the proportioning of the human body. It also provides the information that traders and technical analysts need to formulate resistance and support levels, which can be used within a risk management framework. You can use Fibonacci retracement levels on their own or combine them with other trading methodologies. The Fibonacci sequences were used as a to formulate other theories such as the Elliott wave principle and Dow theory. You can also use the Fibonacci ratios with other technical analysis tools. For example, we saw the Gartley harmonic patterns. Those are all based off of Fibonacci retracements. How Fibonacci retracement levels are calculated. I'm not going to cover this. I'm going to if you guys want to go through that and read all that, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to skip straight down to how to draw Fibonacci levels on a chart for trading decisions. The Fibonacci retracement tool is designed to help traders know when and where and when a retracement will end. This tool is similar to support and resistance because it marks levels where the price of a security might reverse during a retracement, but the main difference is it does this automatically through the use of a tool instead of you placing the levels manually. So how can you draw it on a chart? Drawing Fibonacci retracements is in an uptrend. The first thing you need to do is to examine the most recent price action and identify a significant swing high and swing low. After you locate these 2 points on the chart, select the swing low and drag the cursor to the swing high. point, you can then use the 2 reference points as the basis for the Fibonacci levels that will then be plotted automatically on the chart. Drawing Fibonacci retracements in a downtrend to plot, you just simply drag from the exact opposite. You start from the high and you go to the low. Same exact thing, just the opposite. Fibonacci extensions, I don't use these very much, guys, but I have used them in the past, and I could probably show you one that I might have used before to come up with an idea where I might see a break. I think I might have used one on VIX at one point. I'll have to pull it up to see if that's the case. Let me see here 1 second. Yeah. Let's see if I don't know if it's still on here or not. No, it's not on here. So what you're going to see is you're going to see that I've got a Fibonacci. I think I drew the fib and then highlighted a certain point that I felt was going to be the right point at which the extension would be drawn from, which is where I came up with this 10/18 date that I had written on the screen here. But I'll show you that here in just a second. But a Fibonacci extension simply refers to the levels that go beyond the 100% level. These levels work just the same as retracement levels, but chartists only use them to map out how future swings are likely to happen rather than retracements. Fibonacci extensions also follow the same number sequence and so on. However, they all have a 1 in front. So 38.2 is 382%, since they appear past 100% of the swing rather than inside. When drawing Fibonacci extensions, the first thing you need to do is find a trend or swing that you want to use as a base. All right, I'm actually just going to go into this and show you guys how I do it. And then I'm going to go skip to the bottom line and read the bottom line to you after I show you how I would do this. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of everything else that I got going on the page right now. I don't want to have any kind of additional indicators showing up on here. I kind of want to have a little bit of a clean slate to show you what it is I'm talking about. So I'm going to delete the Fibonacci's that I've got from the past. So based off of what's currently happening with our price, what I would typically do is I would find some kind of support zone and resistance zone that we've had recently. If I can't find anything, which right now we're kind of charting into new territory, what I would have to do is I would have to find a retracement from the past that would find levels of support and resistance that are most recent to this. Now, for example, I could use, here's an uptrend swing right here, and I'm on a daily chart right now. It might even be better to do this on the weekly, but I'm going to stick to the daily for right now. I tend to draw most of mine on dailies. And I could actually draw a Fibonacci on this, starting at the bottom of the downtrend to, oops, didn't pop up. Starting on the bottom portion of the downtrend to the top. And then what I do is once I've drawn that out, I kind of look at some of the lines that I've got in here, and I look to see if those are truly levels of support and resistance that have occurred as I'm kind of drawing through this. And I see like some of these are acting as very good support and resistance levels that are seen around a lot of the different data that's here. But do note that because I chose an uptrend that was really, really close to the top of the trend that we've last hit, I'm not going to be able to see Fibonacci retracements that are very big down here. I'm not going to see where the support and resistance levels are down below. I'm going to see where the ones are above. So really what I want to try to do is I'm going to try and find a place or a Fibonacci retracement that's going to incorporate our current pricing. So since I know we're at $5.49, I'm going to go back in the history as far back as I have to, but I'm going to try and find something in that $4 or $5.49 range. Here I've got 538. So I might look for something like this right here. The bottom of this right here is at 468 and it runs up to about 906. So I'm going to draw a fib on this, and I'm going to draw it up to the very highest point, from the lowest point to the highest point. and it kind of gives me like a good fib retracement here. I can see where there's upwards momentum. I've got a few different lines in here, but it's not really like there's not. If you look at the price values in between each one of these, like there's some separation, right? We're currently at 550 right now. So if I look down here, I'm not going to have any levels of support resistance in between these values. So I actually want something that's even lower than this. So I'm going to have to find something else. Let's go back. Let's take this one right here. What about these prices? Okay, I got a 327, a 402, a 460. These aren't very there's a lot of room in between these values, is what I'm trying to say. So I want to try and find something that's even tighter than this, something that's really, really, really tight, but gives me some ideas where levels of buying and resistance pressures are. Also, I could look while I'm at this and I've got this drawn out, I could also see if some of these fib levels match up with levels of support and resistance that we've had from the past. And what I can do is I can drive back out here to our current periods of time and see how that kind of looks. Right now, you can see that the top line that I've got here matches up with a level of support right here. I do have a level of support down here that seems to have triggered, but I really don't like this. It doesn't really set up with where I want to see for current time. Oh, wait, here we go. It won't let me zoom out anymore. Let me change the color on this real quick. The white's hard to see. Nice thick lines. That's actually too thick. Hold on a second. Thick's over there like, there's no such thing as too thick. All right, so yellow lines are my fib retracements. I don't like how these line up. They're not lining up perfectly. I'd like to see some more. I'd like to see these fibs really kind of touching like perfectly on some of these levels of support resistance. This one actually is pretty good up here. I do see some support and resistance out of this line. But again, this doesn't really give me like a great idea for fine movements in between these prices, because I've got some big jumps here in these prices, like 40-cent jumps in some of these prices in here. So I don't really like how this is looking. So if I want to get even more dialed in on this, the only thing I can really do is find a shorter retracement. So what I could do, since the bottom down here to the top was a larger amount, I could draw a retracement from a downtrend, from the top of a downtrend to the bottom. Let's try that. I could do that as well. And now that seems to have some pretty good numbers that are lining up there. Let me come back out to where we're at currently and see what that's looking like. Ooh, that's looking pretty good. I like that. There's definitely some levels of support and resistance in there. And this one lines up here really good. So and it even lines up with this downtrend down here. So I really like this. So this is it matches up really well with what I've got going on for our price movements. I'm still running into a little bit of a problem here where on this particular trend here, there's a lot of gap between my Fibonacci retracements, but the only way I'm going to be able to fix that is to find another level of a lower level of a trend that's smaller, that runs a smaller distance, like this one right here, perhaps maybe from here to here. And you can see that some of these Fibonacci lines actually kind of lining up together. So I could use a smaller period of time to try and find some kind of balance here. So let me go ahead and redraw these. I'm going to go ahead and recolor this out here because I like the color of this, or the lining of it. We're going to make it this yellow color, thicken it up a little and make it less intense. And there we go. So now I've got some Fibonacci levels here that show me levels of support and resistance, but you can see how there's so much distance between the numbers that, you know, I want something else in between. I want to see where there's other levels of support and resistance that are in here. So the only way I'm going to get that, though, is, like I said, to come back out to like a shorter period of time and find a retracement in a much shorter period of time. Say, for example, like this. And I'm going to look for it to fill some of the blanks, some of the holes that are in between some of the other yellow lines that have got in there, and then maybe the white lines matching up with them as well. And that actually looks pretty decent. I like that. I like what I'm seeing right there. So I can go ahead and put that in. I'm going to color it the same color, make it the same width, and tone it down just a tad bit here. And now I can go back in. So I've got two retracements. I've got one smaller retracement on a 30-minute interval, one on a daily interval that was a downtrend, and I've got a bunch of different Fibonacci levels of support and resistance that are showing up now on my page. So when I come in here and I take a look at it, I can see levels of support and resistance that are being either held, resisted, or supported, and hopefully most of these are lining up. It looks like this line right here might be just a little bit off. It feels like it should be a little bit higher. And what you can do if that's happening is you can adjust it manually. And you're like, wait a minute, what? Like, you can manually adjust it? If you have to, you have to. If you go back in there and you see that, you know, if you can adjust your Fibonacci to line up with some levels of support and resistance where it's very consistently hitting those, I say do it. Because if it's lining up with everything that you're seeing, it doesn't matter if you've got your fib on the right spot or not. What matters is whether or not you're seeing the correct levels of support and resistance that are happening. Whatever I just did there didn't work because I wanted to get some of the bottoms here to touch, and they didn't. So what I just did didn't work. But yes, absolutely. If you have to manually adjust the Fibonacci so that, but you can see where what I just adjusted. You could see where it was definitely finding levels of support and resistance the way that I had it set up. Let's try that. That actually might be really good. I like it. It looks good. You can see the level of resistance now, right here. We drove back up through it, and it looks like it's holding as a level of support. This line could be just slightly higher, but I'll take it. It's good enough where it's at for me. So that's how I draw my Fibonacci retracements. You're supposed to keep it, you're supposed to keep it right on the top and bottom of a trend. But like I said, you can adjust a little bit. If you're finding that, maybe the support levels and resistance levels aren't happening right on the spots where they're supposed to, adjust it. Adjust it a little bit so that so your fibs are set up on where you're seeing levels of support and resistance being held. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means that whatever points you originally used are not the right, those aren't good Fibonacci retracement points. That's all it means. So go ahead and make the adjustment and find the proper spots for points of resistance and support. So that's how I use Fibonacci retracements. Fibonacci extensions. Actually, I'm going to use time zones. I'm not going to do an extension. I'm going to use a time zone. On a Fibonacci time zone on here, same kind of idea or principle on this. I'm going to go back out to a daily and get rid of this, and we're going to take a look at a trend in time. So I'm going to take the most recent trend of upwards price movement, which is probably right here. And I'm going to go ahead and draw this out here. And this is basically using Fibonacci retracements in a time zone to give you an idea for where there may be movements in price values. So as I come in here and zoom in just a tad bit more, you'll see what it is that I'm talking about. Let's try it on a 30-minute. So as I zoom out on this, I'm going to try and dial this in just a tad bit more here. So this Fibonacci is basically taking a look at the trend from one point to the next, the 547 up to 725, and it's saying, okay, during this trend of time, you had upwards momentum of pricing. When is going to be the reversal for the next trend? And so using a Fibonacci time extension, this trend is saying, okay, well, you may see the next time extension may show you that a possible reversal could happen by, you know, this next period. This would be the next period where you would see a time reversal or a price reversal. So you could do that. You're not always going to get these right, and I've kind of been experimenting around with these a little bit. I find that oftentimes finding the small trends are best if you can. You don't want to go too far out like I did right here because that was over several days worth of time. You want to see where the small trends are. So the small trend up, small trend down, small trend up, kind of a small trend down, and then potential small trend up. So, but currently starting off down. We started to head up on this trend, on this Fibonacci extension trend, but we'll see if this continues to head down going into next week. So that's another way you can use Fibonacci extensions for time zones. I haven't used these too much. Like I said, finding shorter periods of time on price trend reversals is usually more accurate. The more time you put in between the trend changes, the worse the predictions are. So I could take this one, delete it, and put in another extension from, say, like here to here. Except for I see two uptrends in a row on that one, so maybe put it up to here. Let's see what that does. That's got two downtrends in a row, so that's not going to work. Okay, so you could have an uptrend, downtrend, and then, you know, this could lead. Okay, this corresponds to what I'm seeing on the Ichimoku cloud with a Monday, Tuesday reversal. So a slight uptrend here with followed by a downtrend leading into an uptrend. So that's different ways to use Fibonacci retracements. And let's see here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave that. I'm going to keep that up there. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, I'm going to leave that. Alrighty. Any questions? Win Lambo. Is there any questions on Fibonacci retracements? The other thing that I want to do, since I don't think I have a whole lot of Fibonacci retracements set up well on Ape, is I want to get some set up on that one as well. It's going to be very difficult to get something set up on Ape just because of the fact that we don't have a whole lot of historical data to go off of. Let's see what we got going on here. So it does look like on Ape we have it looks like we have a Fibonacci support level at $1.45, 1.458, which is just below 1.467, which is where Ape would trigger. And I think I accidentally deleted that marker here, so let me put it back up in here. Horizontal line, 1.467. So you can see the fib is right below 1.458 and 1.467. They're real close. That's 2 days in a row they've brought price down to real close to tripping SSR, but never quite getting there, and then trading out what appears to be the rest of the day on sideways trading movement. All right. Did I get any questions? Musky Doge says appreciates the information. You're welcome. Splinter has a question. What you got, Splinter? Thanks, Musky Doge. I appreciate that. I've never really thought of myself as being a good teacher, but I appreciate the compliment. Can fib be used to determine synthetic price failure points? You know what, Splinter? Interesting point to bring up. So I don't know if you guys, some of you may remember, some of you may not remember Badback. He came in one day and he says, all you're doing with synthetic price failure points is setting up Fibonacci retracements. I never, ever in a million years even made a correlation to that whatsoever. He's not wrong. He's actually really right. Some of the Fibonacci retracement points for the only difference that I would say about a synthetic price failure is that you do have to track synthetic price failures based off of current moving prices. So the difference between a regular Fibonacci retracement is that you're already setting it based off of past moving prices, not current. So a synthetic price failure is almost like a moving Fibonacci. if there is such a thing, which I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of a moving Fibonacci, but that's essentially what it is you're creating a Fibonacci retracement as it's happening, which I think is like amazing. Oh yeah. Thank you. Actually, that actually brings up a great point too. I forgot to reading that last portion that the bottom line that Warrior Trading put in his page here, which I think is really important, and it goes along with what it is you're saying. Learning to trade the market using Fibonacci I'm just reading from his page here. Learning to trade the market using Fibonacci levels is not really hard. They're one of the most useful technical analyst tools that can use to day trade stocks and other financial securities. Traders mainly use Fibonacci levels to identify resistance and support levels. When a stock is in an uptrend or a downtrend, it usually makes a slight pullback before continuing the trend. Often the stock will retrace to a key Fibonacci retracement like 618 or the 382. These levels offer signals for traders to get into new positions in the direction of the original trend. If the stock is in an uptrend, you might look to buy in a retracement down to a key support level. If the stock is in a downtrend, you could sell when it retraces up to its key resistance level. Simply put, the Fibonacci levels work best when a stock is in an uptrend or downtrend. What he's saying right there is the key point. Remember my turnaround points are all based off of a synthetic price failure, based off of 35, 40, and 60% price movements, right? There's also 20. 20 is also another one too that's in there as well. And so when you look at what a Fibonacci retracement is, what are the values? Let me scroll back up to the top. The values are the 23.6, which is basically 20, 38.2, which is basically 35 to 40, like it's in that range, right? And then 61.8, which is 60%. He's not wrong. He's absolutely right. The only difference is that a Fibonacci retracement is done off of historical data, where a synthetic price failure is tracked current time. And you're tracking a Fibonacci retracement based off of the current price movements. Now, the most important thing out of anything that he wrote on that entire page, I did not read, and I thought it was in that last part that I read off to you. But let me see if I can find it real quick here. It has to do with investor. It may not be on this page. Yeah, it may not be on his page. It may have been on a different page that I was reading. So I'll just go ahead and try and repeat it from memory if I can. Fibonacci retracements, human nature, the way we react to things is very, very predictable. As creatures of humanity, we tend to make the same decisions over and over and over, and it's why it's so repeatable. The entire market is built off of trying to suck money out of the hands of those who make dumb decisions. And let me tell you something. We make them over and over and over and over because there's always new people who are coming into this market. There's always people who are making mistakes without learning from them. And the market is designed to pick up that money and run. The algorithmic systems that they have set up to trade are set up in a way to cause emotional damage. That may be some funny to some of you, maybe not others. That's exactly what it's set up to do. And so by setting up a moving, which I never even realized is what I was finding, but by setting up a moving Fibonacci retracement system to where you're monitoring what the market is doing to try and cause maximum pain to get investors to elicit them to do something that they want them to do, you can find the perfect points of where you want to get in and out of your positions. Essentially what I did is I reverse engineered the algorithmic price movements by rediscovering Fibonacci on a moving basis. So yes, absolutely, synthetic price failures are pretty much moving Fibonacci's. Bad back, if there was anything that he could have possibly have ever said that was amazing, It was that. He wasn't wrong, and I didn't even realize it. Do you think that the historical data is skewed since the dividend was issued? I know it is. It's not a think. It is skewed. Hey, thanks, Carrie. I appreciate it, man. I see your comment, and I appreciate the I don't take compliments very well, so I'm just gonna say thank you. Who are the Yin Yang twins? What? Sammy boy. I'm reading what Alberto wrote. I see why you deleted it. But what I'm gonna say is that Alberto, I'm just gonna let you know that I think I know why Sammy boy did what he did. Essentially, the thing is that T plus 90 is not a thing. A lot of people who are trying to push T90 are saying if T90 doesn't work, I'm out. Well, we've never been here because of T90. So anybody who comes in trying to push T90 is I'm out if T90 doesn't work. Hasn't been around long enough to understand that T90 was never an issue, was never a possibility. And to suggest that you're leaving because of the fact that T90 isn't going to work out is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard of because when T90 is not accurate. Oh man, you guys need to stop with the hearts. You're starting to you're starting to turn my chat comments into a bunch of FOMO. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Petro, what's up, man? Yucca Free says Casey T90 workouts is a thing. You're right. You're right. It is a thing. I know. I know those, and it works real well. I've actually seen several people who've gone through the T90 workout series and the eating right and working out. And man, let me tell you, it works. I've seen it work. Although you have to have a lot of discipline. They didn't have a heroes emoji. Whatever. You guys stop, man. Just stop. It's 1 o'clock, guys. It's 1 o'clock. I need to run through the numbers and so I can get off to break here. Petrofire said I couldn't find. Now, see, that's funny. Petrofire said I couldn't find the herpy emoji. Sorry, Casey. Wait. Hold on a second. I'll find it for you. Oh, wait, that's not it. There it is, right there. See, now you guys got me making fun of it again. And the thing is there's gonna be somebody here who's like secretly offended, and it's gonna make me feel bad. So if anybody, you know what, I got love for you, even if it doesn't matter. We still love you. Just like Petro says he still loves me. It's messed up. All right, let's take a look at the numbers one last time for the day today. Hey, Steve, congratulations, man. All right. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts, specific thoughts or comments that you want me to touch on in a special kind of way until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, because that's what big tramps do. They got herpes apparently. Son of a, you guys got to stop, man. I'm just going to keep rolling with it too. I don't know how to put down jokes like that. I put them down like the dead horse I put down whenever I beat down a good old joke. All right, let's see here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could help prevent somebody getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you set that up, try to get a secondary phone number set up for it as well. That way, something happens to your primary, you won't be SOL. And if you don't know what SOL is, it's like having a herpes, apparently. Man, I'm going to get in so much trouble. Mom, I know you still love me, and I know you're listening at some point to this probably. Thank you for still loving me, even though I'm a bad child. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Let's take a look at the numbers here. As of right now for AMC, we've got 49.93% going through the off exchange, EDGX at 10.95. That's only 60.88% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's low by about 4 or 5% for a normal day. Low volume could be part of the reason why that's not heavily being utilized. CHX volume for that exchange only 1,153 shares. That's not very much, so nothing abnormal going on there. Hence the reason we're not seeing any price discovery as well. 60.84% of Ape exchange volume is being traded so far. 8.26 for EDGX for a grand total of, and I can't math, 69.1% of our total volume going through those exchanges. Nice. CHX is at 2,006 shares. GME has got CHX volume at 5,407. And HYMC has CHX volume in the range of 1,300 shares. So nothing abnormal happening in the CHX exchange for any of those four stocks. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 608,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now a return of 185,000 shares. That's going to lower our estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.98%. Cost of our average at 18.05. Day over day, we had a 1.9 million share increase on shares on loan. And Ortex is estimating about 620,000 of those were in new short interest. Shares on loan currently at 179.76 million shares. On Ape, as of an hour ago, we had 515,000 shares having been returned. It's now 550. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest, probably nothing because it wasn't very much of a change, to 8.67%. Cost of our average at 4.26, which is up from the 2% it was earlier. Starting to see a little bit of a rise in that cost to borrow. Shares on loans at 37.63 million. Day over day, that's an increase by 500,000 shares. All of that should be short interest. Looking at options. On options here for calls, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike price. An hour ago, there was 9.8 thousand contracts. It's now 9.9. Might as well just call it 10,000. It's close enough. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. There was 4.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 6.1. Taking a look at the average price between AMC, or the total price between AMC and Ape, it has been slightly increasing in value ever since around 1,300-ish. Price has been heading back up. If this is a descending broadening wedge, which I really hope it's not, but if it is, we could see price break out and heading back up perhaps to around 736 combined price, which would be about 30 cents higher than where we're at currently. If it does that, the likelihood of it dropping below 696 is where it was from earlier today would be very, very likely. So we'll see what happens here. I thought we were going to see a green day today. I got to say, I've been known to be wrong, and today is definitely one of them. But I will state the volatility has definitely been very high. Orders by Fidelity customers so far for the day today. AMC, Ape, and GME have not made the list. Still not making the list. Low volume, low order amounts. Makes sense. SSR gets tripped at $5.13 for AMC, 1.467 for Ape. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Does not seem like they've borrowed any additional shares. Last known fee for borrowing was at 16.5%. I do want to note here, every once in a while I mention this. Do note that the cost to borrow and fees are different. For those of you who have either done a home loan or a car loan, there's usually like origination fees, right? That's what the fee is. Cost to borrow is your interest rate, how long it's going to take over a year's worth of time to gain interest on your borrowing. So just remember that cost to borrow and fees are not the same thing. They're completely separate. Fees are origination fees. Cost to borrow is interest rate. Sort of. It's the best way I can kind of explain it. NASDAQ is down 0.2, Dow Jones is up 0.2, and the S&P 500 is up 0.17. We currently have more advancers than decliners in the market, with 3,586 advancers to 3,186 decliners. We have let's look at the SPY first here. So the dollar, the U.S. dollar is down right now 1.52%. As the dollar goes down, the markets should head up. The SPY is up right now 0.2. The mortgage-backed securities are up, and oil is up 4.63. VIX is down 0.75. VTI is up 0.04. IWD is up 0.051. Tesla is down 4.83. Amazon down 0.36. Cinemark up 9.8. Doge is up 0.95. Bitcoin up 3.09. GME is down 2.09. HYMC is up 17.26%. Hood is down 2.92. CS is up 4.35. NCMI is up 3.5. Ape is down 5.52, and AMC is down 3.42. We currently have on AMC just a fraction of a hair more inflow than outflow. Nothing worth batting an eyelid at. It's pretty dang near the same thing. We've got about 296 minutes worth of trading into the day today so far, which means that we are at approximately on a pace for 19.11 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I predicted in the pre-market. On the hourly, we have more. Man, that is hard to tell. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure because I just can't tell the difference. And RSI is sitting at 34.69, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.59, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.85, which is just basically average. On Ape, there's approximately $300,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 14.19 million shares traded so far for the day today, putting us on pace for man, that's not right. Let's see, I got to get these numbers right. It's my 4. My stupid 4 keeps getting stuck. What was it again I was saying? Oh yeah, 297. 18.63 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That's 5 to 25 million that I predicted. Seems like it's going to hold. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.28, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.66, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI at 47.08, which is just slightly below average. Somebody was mentioning earlier that I should cut out the man in the van crinkle for your wrinkle hours, and like kind of maybe like all combine them and everything and stuff. Maybe in the future, you know, after this is all over. Because quite honestly, guys, after putting in like 9.5 hours a day on this, I just, the brain is mush. It really is. I don't know why that is, but for some reason I feel like I'm just exhausted afterwards. It ain't easy talking for 9.5 hours. Although I probably make it seem simple. It's not that easy. You just start talking about random things, like hot kach. You thought I was going to say something else with an H. I know you did. I know you thought for sure I was going to say an H word that didn't start with a hot kach, but I hot kached you. And I just said hot kach 4 times now, so you know who should be showing up here. Nate says, Casey sent you a DM in Twitter about the Carvana thing. I was looking into it. It's getting spicy. A huge fund is heavy on the stock, and they were very short on AMC. Look at that DMs. All right, we'll do, Nate. I got to go to a break here, guys. Ken says I'm losing it. Ken, who said I ever had it together? I don't, dude, think about it. Like, truly and honestly, who says I've got my shit together in the first place? That's the best part. Ooh, yeah. Petrofire says Casey, possible bad thunderstorms tonight. That is correct, Petro, and there's actually been some tornado warnings. You're not wrong. So thank you for reminding me. Also, Petro, if I'm not mistaken, did you contact me? If I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly, I think you contacted me in DMs before. Do me a favor and send me another message in Twitter DMs real quick. My wife and I had a conversation, and she was like, "Dude, you suck." She told me I suck, so I gotta touch base with you again, and it'd be easier for you to contact me, so I can just pull your DM to the top and I can see it. I'd appreciate that. If you're not the person I'm thinking of, then don't worry about it. Ignore everything I just said. Pretty sure it was you though. Like legit, I hadn't heard her say. I'm just gonna tell you because I'm pretty sure it's you, Petra. I hadn't heard her. I had told her about our conversation, and she like we last we talked was seems like was probably like a month ago, right? Out of the blue this morning, she told me I sucked. Just completely out of the blue, which tells me, Petro, when a woman remembers something like that for a month, when she does that, then you know something's wrong, and you're like, ooh, I done messed up. so so I'm just letting you know. She was a little angry at me. I'll tell you why though. I'll tell you in DMs. All right, guys. Yeah, Tom. I would take longer breaks, but the problem is I just don't need them. I just end up doing more work while I'm on break anyways, so it's kind of pointless. I can't help myself. Don Steffen says, "Can you look at the 50-cent calls for 11:11? I think Fidelity says there was a bunch. Let me check it out real quick here, Don. Hold on a second. 11:11. Hold on one second. I see 147. Actually, I'll just take you to the other page so you can see it for yourself. Oh, wait. Do I have the right date? Yeah, no, that's right. November 11th. I've got November 11th in here. Calls for 50-cent strike. We've got 147 today that were calls. What is that? 147 calls for 50 cents by November 11th. Why would they do that? Let me think about this for a second. That just tells me that somebody's trying to collect on shares. So that means that somebody's buying for a premium 50-cent calls to be able to collect on some shares. That's all that tells me. More than likely. If you're willing to pay the premium for that monstrosity, then that tells me that you're expecting that you're going to need some massive amounts of shares coming up. And you're willing to pay a premium for them. That's what that tells me. I wouldn't call that a massive amount, though. All right. I got to go to break, guys. Casey, go live every other day. I can't, man. This is about recording history, and history doesn't stop. It keeps on going, man. All right, I'll see you guys. I see more and more complaints about the music. So I'm going to kind of change up the music again here and see if I can't give you guys a little something less upsetting. Let me see what this sounds like here real quick. Give me a second. That's pretty cool. I feel like if you go to the movies here in... Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me? Because I couldn't hear myself with that music. If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up or one or something. All right, so what I was basically going to say was, if you guys, for those of you who are in Texas or you've been to a, man, I'm trying to think of that. There's another movie theater here called Alamo Draft. No, it's not Alamo. It's something like Alamo Draft House or something like that. But they've got music that sounds just like this song. When you're sitting in the previews waiting for the movie to start, it's kind of funny. Anyways, I'll see you guys after the break.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium. Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Well, I'm back. I'm back. And what do I find? I find they're playing trivia without me. What the heck? What the heck, guys? Like, you can't get enough of the trivia. Like, you're like, oh, we're going to do it. We know Casey doesn't do trivia on Friday, so we're doing trivia on our own. Man, what the heck? We're warming up. That's fine, man. You guys do what you want to do, man. I think it's cool. I think it's awesome that you guys are that you're carrying on the tradition. I think that's awesome. Uh, it's that time of the day. You guys go ahead and keep on doing the trivia. I don't care. I think it's awesome that you guys are doing something together as a group. I think that's really just outstanding. I think it's wonderful. But we've got two toasts to do. Well, actually, three toasts to do today. The first one is my wife picked up me the new bottle of tequila, so I got oh son of a gun, I forgot the name of it. El Pompadour? No, son of a gun. Give me a second. I forgot what the name was. El Jimador. El Jimador Raspado tequila. So I have no idea how this is going to taste as part of my adventurous ape drink, but hopefully this is a good good tequila here. So cheers to her, number one, for picking up the bottle. Appreciate that. Also, cheers to the Big Tramp and Dutch. Their birthdays are this weekend, so wish them a happy birthday, the Big Tramp and Dutch. I know I just saw Dutch in here. I don't know about the Big Tramp if he's in here or not, but I think Dutch is on. I think Dutch is on Sunday, and I think Big Tramps is tomorrow. So, anyways, happy birthday to you guys. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. You get all your birthday wishes. Unfortunately, you didn't get the squeeze leading into your birthday, but here's to you. I hope for you guys. Happy birthday. Cheers. Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that. That El Jimador is good stuff. Ooh, that is really good. It's got a different smoky taste. I actually didn't know what Raspado meant. Had to look it up before I came on. Apparently, it means that it's been aged in an oak barrel for 2 to 12 months. That's something I just learned just now. And it's almost even kind of a little sweet, to be honest. That is some good stuff. I like that one. I'm gonna have to remember that. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on here. Deborah said, I ate my last fortune cookie and it said, you are about to be cursed with more money than you ever even know how to spend, and then screw the hedgies. Wait. Cheers. Cheers to that. Alrighty, let's go through the numbers, guys, and that way I can get to the back of the Big Tramp, because on Fridays I do like to get you guys back in the back of the Big Tramp and just kind of toast out the day. I like to hear what it is you guys have to say. I think it's important for me to make sure that I keep in touch with you guys, like vocally. Like, I want to hear what you guys are saying, or what you have to say, or how you feel. We've had some good positive moments in the back of the Big Tramp. We've had some weird moments, but I want to keep it up. I want to make sure that I'm touching base with you guys, and that's important to me. So let's get through these numbers here. I will see you guys on the other side of this, because you're not going to see the Big Tramp. That means I can't see what you're saying. Hold those thoughts until after the Big Tramp's back up on the screen again. And two-factor authentication, if you don't have it set up on your account, make sure you try it out at least. Nobody wants herpes, so why not use some protection? I caught you. Oh, man. All right. So, yeah, anyways, strange guy, this Casey. Like, can you imagine somebody like coming in right now, like never heard this live stream before, and they're like, what the hell is going on here? I mean, I'm sure I could do worse things. I've seen worse. But let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Oh yeah. Don't forget to make sure that when you set up that extra protection that you for your two-factor authentication, you put in a secondary phone number in there. So you can get something happens, your primary, you're good to go. You're set up. You can still get into your account. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on. On off exchange so far for the day to day on AMC, we have approximately 49.65% of our volume going through those off exchanges. EDGX has 10.71. The grand total between those off exchanges is 60.36%. That is, I'm going to say that's about 5% less than it should be for the day. Taking a look at CHX volume, that is very low. It's only 1,156 shares. Ape has 60.84 thousand shares going through that off exchange. EDGX 8.26. Combined total 69.1%. Nice. That is about 4% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day, which is good. It's elevated. It tells us there's price discovery being hidden through off exchanges, and CHX volumes at 2,006 shares. Let's check out GME real quick and see what the CHX is for that one. Nothing abnormal in that. It's at 0.26% of the total volume. And HYMC, nothing unusual there, only 0.03%. So nothing unusual happening in that exchange. Taking a look at AMC. An hour ago, there was 185,000 shares that had been returned. It's now 166,000 shares. Not going to change the or impact the estimated short share interest of the free float too much, which is at 19.98%. Cost per hour average at 18.07. The shares on loan for the day-to-day is up 1.9 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 620,000 of that was in new short interest. Shares on loan at 179.76 million shares for Ape. An hour ago, there was 550,000 shares having been returned. It's now 1.15 million. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 8.61%. Cost per hour average is at 4.26. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up day over day by 500,000 shares. All of that should be short interest. Shares on loan at 37.63 million. Taking a look at options. An hour ago in options at a $6 strike, the calls had 10,000 contracts open. No real change since then. Actually, strike that, reverse it, go back. There's more call volume now at a $5.50 strike price. It's not 6. There's 12.5 thousand contracts at 5.5. For puts at a $5.50 strike price, an hour ago there were 6.1 thousand contracts. There's now 7.1. Somebody had mentioned a little while ago that the amount of contracts that have been opened up in volume for 50-cent calls was increasing. It's showing 148 contracts there. Somebody's paying a pretty hefty premium to open up those positions. Seems like somebody probably needs some calls or needs some shares. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.11. We've got looks like we've got a resistance line here at 714. And a trend line right about like that. So this does not look like an ascending broadening wedge any longer, as it never made it on the rise up. It never made it up to it's like 735-ish. It does look like this is going to break upwards probably in this range in here, which will be right at market close. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm going to be looking at currently. Not on the top 30 list. Low volume means low orders. SSR would have triggered today at $5.13 for AMC, but it never did. It would have triggered for Ape at 1.467, but never did. Shares available to borrow, 80,000 shares, no change in the last hour. NASDAQ is up 0.8, Dow Jones is up 0.79, S&P 500 is up 0.93. We have 3,998 advancers to 2,799 decliners. The market is starting to advance better than it was from before. Taking a look at the U.S. dollar is down 1.86, SPY is up 0.92, oil's up 4.57. The mortgage-backed securities are kind of mixed right now. VIX is down 2.49. VTI is up 0.74. IWD is up 1.03. Tesla is down 3.78. Amazon is up 0.6. Cinemark is up 9.8. Doge is up 1.64. Bitcoin is up 3.68. GME is down 1.03. HYMC is up 13.05. Hood is down 1.58. CS is up 5.7. NCMI is up 4.36. Ape is down 4.39. AMC is down 2.96. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, just fractionally higher on inflow. 15.82 million shares traded with 40 minutes left to go, putting us at 350 minutes into trading for the day today. We're probably going to hit somewhere around 17.6 million shares traded by the end of the day on AMC. That is definitely within the 10 to 30 million shares traded that I suggested in pre-market. In the 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.08, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.43, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.65, which is just slightly above average. On Ape, there's roughly $400,000 more on inflow than outflow. 15.65 million shares traded for the day today. Putting us on pace for 17.38 million shares traded by the end of the day. That will be within the 5 to 25 million shares that I suggested in pre-market. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 33.32, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.79, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.33, which is slightly below average. And it looks like there's some news on Ape, or on AMC, I mean. It says Robinhood traders beat the S&P 500. Is the retail investor back? I'm not going to read it. Let's see where we're heading here on AMC. Same kind of. Looks like a bullish triangle. Could break it right before market close. Let's see, what's the combined price of the two? I'm just kind of curious right now. 555 plus 1548, 7098. So basically 710. I think that gives Monty the win. It does. Monty will be the 3-week champion. Ever since Censored Content came in and started winning trivia, Monty started winning price predictions. Oh, wait. Hold on a second here. No, he still wins. I was looking at my average price. He still wins. He's under me. And the only chance that I would possibly have it winning would be, let's see here, 603.35. So we're looking at like 15, 16 cents on top of that. The only way that I could possibly win is if we hit above the combined price was above 769. And it looks like the combined price right now as it stands is, I can't, that's a long jump. That's going to be a long jump for me. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up. I'm going to head back to the back of the big box here, and the big tramp, in just a second. Just want to draw this out real quick. Yeah, I don't expect this to. If Ape's going to break anywhere, I have a feeling it's going to go down, just based off of some of the numbers that I'm seeing right here. But it could break out going up. You never know. I think I got this on the wrong spot. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. Yucca Frida says, Casey, how low can you go? I can go real low. It just really depends on how low you want me to go. Whoa, that's way too low. I don't know how low I can go. I probably could go lower. I probably could go lower if I wanted to. You know what the most painful thing is for me, guys? Waiting the 15 seconds for the funny to hit you guys. I get to laugh. I get to laugh at my joke before you guys do, and so I never know how it's gonna come across. so so I wait painfully for 15 seconds to see your comments. CensoredContent says I will totally quit trivia if Casey announces a tournament of champions because there's no way I am playing with myself in front of people on the internet. I don't even know. Okay, all right. Deborah, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. I would be the last person who would ever have a problem with typos. I don't care how bad it is. You're still part of the group. I mean, you should see some of the things that I put. I've actually deleted some of my tweets before because I don't proofread them and I just hit send as soon as I'm done typing, and then I look at it and I go like, oh my gosh, that is so bad. And I see it and I just go like, erg. And it like pains me to know that it's there. And so there's been a couple times where I've actually deleted the tweet and I gotta rewrite that. But yeah, don't even worry about it. Petra says that's how you get those hoochie coochie herpes. Yeah, don't worry about it, Deborah. Not a problem. All right, guys, I'm gonna head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Anybody who wants to go to the back of the Big Tramp, I will be in there. And remember, it is. I'll try to remember everybody. It's live. I'll put. I actually usually try to change the name of the channel. If I can remember how to do this, edit channel, and I put in live so that people know now that they are live. So I'm in the back of the Big Tramp now. If you guys show up in here, you're more than welcome to toast. Yes, Harry Parrot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's do that, Arthur. Why don't we? Joe says, "Is this sex education 101?" I think you may have found it to say. So you guys, I don't know if you guys had this when you were growing up. I graduated high school in 1994. I think it was my freshman year of high school. We were required to take a, shoot, it was like sex ed, I think is what they call it, or something like that. It was sex and drug education or something 101 class. I don't know what it was. It was something like that. Anyways, uh, the gist of the story though is that I was definitely one of those kids that was snickering like Beavis and Butthead as the teacher was saying, talking about like all these, things that were awkward as a freshman to hear somebody talking about, especially when it was a lady. And like penis, she'd say that, and then I'd be like, I couldn't help myself. I was just, I'm sure I was laughing more like a girl back in those days. Ah! And so uh, I got threatened to get kicked out of the class. She said anybody held to laughs like that again is going to get kicked out of the class. It was so hard, man. It was so difficult. I shouldn't say hard. It was so difficult for me to make it through the rest of that class without busting up just crap. I mean, it was so hard. I knew I was going to get in trouble. Yucca, how's it going, man?
Hey, Casey, doing well. How you doing?
Good. You did you come to toast or did you just come to hang out?
I got my coffee here.
Hey, you can toast with a coffee.
Yeah, here you go.
Cheers.
Here.
You got any plans?
So, Brian has granted the transfer of the points over to your trivia.
The transfer of the points to my trivia.
I have 15 points on Brian's trivia, so if you want to go ahead and...
Oh, yeah. Let me just write that down for you. Okay, done. Too bad next week is a new week.
Oh, darn it.
Kevin says, Casey, can you pull back the curtains so I can see if that's a legit candy company? Wait, what? I'm confused. What does that mean? A legit candy company? I'm so confused. American Trader says, thanks for the birthday wish on the 2nd. I was sick with the Rona and had you playing in the background. Heard you say happy birthday and raised my thumb out of under the blanket. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear you had the Rona, man. Hayden, how's it going, man? Did you come back in the back of the Big Tramp to toast, or did you come to hang out?
He came to spy on us.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Hayden's.
Maybe his mic is not on.
He's having technical difficulties.
Yeah.
It must be operator error. He operates.
I have to wait till I drop someone off.
There you go.
Oh, okay, there he is. Wait.
Miss Joharma doesn't like being online on the voice chat.
Who doesn't?
My wife.
What? Tell her to bring her on. Tell her Casey wants to speak to her. You gotta let her. Tell her like Casey's gotta speak to you. He's like, if I don't do this, all hell could break loose.
Hold on a minute. Say it again.
All.
AMC goes through. I'll see.
So how's it going, Miss Hayden?
She did the sealed delivery. 5 miles an hour. She jumped out of the truck. Go.
She just
the green light was lit. Go, Seals, go.
She just bailed and jumped out and barrel rolled, huh?
Yeah. Weapon in hand, ready to shoot.
Okay.
Hey, I came in the back because I got to run to the store because I have to participate. I don't want to say the guy's name, but he also has a birthday on the 25th. Somebody else does.
Oh, but you don't want to say the guy's name.
I don't want to say his name.
Because if you say his name, then you could get in trouble.
Right, because his name rhymes with Hayden. Well, his screen name does.
What rhymes with Hayden?
Hayden.
R. There you go.
Hayden.
Even though I'm not the real Hayden. I mean, my friend isn't the real Hayden, but his birthday is on the 25th. So I figure we'll MOASS for my birthday.
So should I be writing down this friend's not name for the 25th?
If you happen to, we get, 25th. I'm listening to my friend's listening to the show, and he's just kind of hoping somebody'd remember his birthday.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and write this down here. I'm going to put Hayden's friend. This is so mysterious, but I'm writing it down.
His friend.
I'm going to air quote it even. Hayden's friend on the 25th. Wait. Is that Thanksgiving? When's Thanksgiving?
I think it is.
We're not going to be trading on the Thanksgiving day. That's Friday. Okay, Thanksgiving is the 24th. I'm not going to be doing the 25th. Like we should have.
What about the 24th?
Wait. Hold on a second. Maybe we do have trading the 25th. Hold on a second. I might be wrong here.
No, I think we're done. I don't think we do it on the 24th either.
Well, I know we don't do it on the 24th, but let me just check it out here and see just to make sure. Thanksgiving.
But Point Break Thor has been very good at beating me to the first. But on the last day before the 25th, my friend is going to do his best to win that day.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. The 25th is a day that we actually do have trading on. There's.
Awesome.
Yeah, so we will be on for the 25th. The 24th, however, we won't be. So there will only be trivia for the first 3 days that week. So you want to tell your friend that if they're going to win, they're going to have to do it in 3 days. So.
All right. Well, I can't. I mean, my friend doesn't play trivia because he's really horrible. But
okay.
but he will definitely be winning the first, second, and third. And Danny knows what I'm talking about because I did 3 today.
Sounds right to me.
I mean, my friend did. But actually, I got to jump in the store. I can feel the heat on the back of my neck from the wife wondering where I'm at.
All right.
We all know what that is. But anyway,
right.
Just wanted to say hey to you guys, and got to go. Talk to you.
Have fun.
See ya.
Have a great weekend.
See ya.
I don't know about you, Yucca, but I'm a little worried about this whole like the friend kind of thing. Like it's like the friend. Like what the hell's up with that? Like what the friend?
I don't know. It sounds like it's rigged. Something's gonna happen.
This is rigged. This is definitely rigged. John Hannaford says tuck and roll.
That's funny. Are you gonna go see any movies this weekend,
Well,
Casey?
my wife and I went and saw. I never actually announced this, but my wife and I went and saw Black Adam this last weekend, and this is her long weekend for her to work. So I usually make these my work weekends because that's when I can get the most done because I like to spend time with her. So um, I usually make it work weekends, and I don't usually like to go see movies without her, so probably not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I haven't seen Black Adam yet.
it's
I'm gonna
it's
wait
good.
until it dies down a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
wait for it to die down a little bit, but so here's the deal. Like, and again, I'm not like a huge movie critic kind of guy. Um, I guess I don't remember Black Adam too much from my younger years watching DC Comics, and so the story was kind of a new story for me. And then so after the movie was over, I went and touched up on like who Black Adam was because I didn't really know who he was or anything, and because I mean, there's a whole lot of like cross references to the whole Shazam and everything, and so he was a much darker character in some of the cartoon stuff that I found. And I was really kind of surprised that I felt like The Rock kind of made him more of a likable person than I think he probably was supposed to be. Uh, but I don't want to go too much into the plot of the movie. I'll just say that I feel like they could have ended the movie like really quickly if they just hadn't been a bunch of assholes. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. It's like I felt like everybody was being assholes in that movie, and that's the only reason why anybody was even pissed off at
wow.
all. To be yes. But
Wow.
somebody JT Wisco says, Casey, please explain. Are you actually in that van? And the answer is no, I'm not. I'm not actually in the van. Petrifier says I would bring a taser to the back of the big tramp. Arthur says everybody take off your pants and get in the picture.
It's cold back here. Don't come.
Oh man, it's cold in the back of the big tramp.
Yep. Fair warning.
Yeah. Dutch says the real Black Adam is savage. You know what, Dutch? I'll tell you what. Um, I don't know about you, and I don't know if you've seen the movie or not yet, but I felt like it was a little more on edge of leaning towards maybe perhaps like a dark pool kind of violence type deal where like a little more blood and guts than you might normally see in like a normal Marvel movie. And I appreciated that. I really kind of liked that about the movie. Have you been watching Yucca? Oh man, I'm trying to think of it's a superhero thing that they have on Netflix. The Boys. It's called The Boys. Have you seen that?
I've seen part of it. Yeah, I kind of, I think the first episode with, you know, yeah, he becomes really small and then he explodes.
Yeah.
That kind of,
Yeah, so yeah,
surprised me.
don't ruin it for everybody, but yeah. So like, but it's got
Yeah,
like a tons of blood and guts in it, and it's just like one of those things where it's
yeah,
like for me, I always think about superheroes, and I always go like, there's got to be like a bad side to superheroes, and I really appreciate the boys thing, and so whenever I see one of these Marvel or DC Comics or whoever it is that's doing their thing, I like seeing the blood and gore because it makes me feel like it's really real. Like legit, like people are legit getting hurt and stuff, And so it makes me feel like they should really be there to save people or maybe whatever. I don't know, but I don't like fairy tales, and I feel like it's fairy tales when people are actually getting evaporated in thin air and stuff. So or crushed or whatever. Man, I sound so bad right now, but I guess what I'm trying to say in a roundabout, in a very long way, is that Black Adam definitely made me feel like it was a little um, more violent than most movies that are superhero related.
Kind of like Deadpool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like Deadpool?
Mm-hmm. I love Deadpool. I think it's the best thing ever, man. I think it's great. If there was a superhero I could be like, it'd be Deadpool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd want cooler. I would definitely want cooler superpowers, but like like invisibility. But
That's like the best.
yeah, it's invisibility, man. Who didn't dream of having invisibility when they were a kid? But yeah, I mean, I just I like his attitude too. We got an argument in here. It says Corey Jones says Casey, settle this argument. Is Nightmare Before Christmas a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie? It's a Halloween
It's a
movie.
superhero movie.
What? A Nightmare Before Christmas?
No, it's play.
I feel like it's a Halloween movie.
It is Halloween. Yeah, it's Halloween.
That's what I'm going with. Kevin says I was on a milk carton once, but my parents put a free ad out with it. That's messed up. Arthur says Casey needs to give Yucca the tool while he is in the van. I think he's saying you need a tool, Yucca. Why is he saying that? Yucca? Hello? He just disappears. Corey Jones says, "Thank you. I'm putting this shit up until next year. I'm not leaving it out for Christmas." Good, good. Well, I mean, I'm kind of a Christmas kind of guy, Corey. So I like Christmas year round. But Halloween before Christmas just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Because you gotta have Thanksgiving in there somewhere. Petra's like he bailed. No, Yucca's still showing up in here. He's just got his microphone off. I think he maybe he's using the pisser or something. I don't know. Wait. I got a poll, guys. I got a poll. I need to ask you guys. All right. It's really, really odd. Here comes the poll. I have to know. Inquiring minds want to know, do you pee while talking to people on the phone? I'm curious. Truthful answers only. Be truthful. Don't worry. Nobody's going to know whether you voted yes or no. Be truthful and honest here. I only want real answers. I give you real answers. You give me real answers. It's part of the deal here. Sam says I pee while talking. Sam, that does cross the line in some people's cases. I'm actually with you, Sam. I will talk to somebody while I'm peeing directly in person. And for some reason that crosses the line for a few people. I've had some people be like, dude, I don't really want you talking to me while I'm peeing, and I'll be like, okay. And then you awkwardly like stare down, and you're just kind of like, I can't talk right now, I guess. I've legit had that happen to me before. I'm really curious. All right, so right now we've got 55% of you saying yes. 38 votes are in. You guys probably never, for those of you who are voting no, and it's okay to vote no, it's okay to vote yes. There is no wrong answer here. Nobody's going to know what you voted. But those of you who are voting no right now are probably absolutely shocked that there is more people right now voting yes on this. Sore Losers LLC, man. I'm going to get rid of your message here just because I don't want you to get targeted. I see you guys writing it over and over and over. I know. I see it. I see what you guys are writing. Nana Ape says sometimes they put you on hold forever, and just when you go to pee, they answer. I love that part, Nana. That is the best part. That is the best part. It's like, no. You made it. No. Sore Losers, don't worry about it. It's not a problem. I just don't want you to get targeted. It's for your own. It's for your own good. It's not. I'm not trying to. There's nothing wrong. You're all right. You had no idea. I'm just trying to protect you. That's all. But yeah, no, like they'll literally like answer the phone. You've been like waiting on the phone for like 12, 10, 15 minutes, who knows, something like that, and then you're like, I gotta go. So you go, and they answer the phone, and you're just like, oh. So for guys, Nana, it's a little different than girls. We can pinch it off, right? And so you're left with this as a guy, you're left with this dilemma. You're like, do I pinch it or do I keep going? And it's that moment of truth. Like, what are you going to do? Because quite honestly, like, it can get painful if you pinch it off. It can get so sometimes for me, I would never pinch it off. Joe says pinch it off. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm the same way, Joe. I'm like, nope, too late. Started. It's gonna finish now. And sometimes I wonder if they're wondering what the sound is in the background, but I don't really care. It's like, nope, too late. I started. Food Dog says no, pinching is uncomfortable. Tanner says never pinch it off. That is more painful than death. I agree. Joe says, what in the world, Casey? Danny says, you never pinch it off. It's like, I was sitting with my wife. We were passing out Halloween candy. And we had these two kids walk up. And we had 3 different piles of candy. We had the big candy bars. We had the small, little, tiny, dinky, rinky, dinky stuff. And then we had Pokemon cards in another pile. They were special special holiday Halloween Pokemon cards. And it was real funny because this group of girls came up to the table, and one wanted the candy bars and one wanted the Pokemon cards, but they were on opposite sides of the table from where they were standing. And so they started reaching for the opposite side of the table, and they started bumping into each other as they were like reaching for the piles. And I said, whoa, girls, that's like crossing streams. You don't cross streams. And I don't know if it was just I don't know if it wasn't received well or not, but my wife was like, "Wow, you can't say that." And I was like, "It's a Ghostbusters reference. You can't. It's like it's not the same." I'm like, and then the parents, the dad for the kids was laughing. He thought it was funny. I thought it was funny, but apparently it was just a guy thing at the time. But yeah, so I don't know. That's what they said in Yeah, exactly. Roseanne gets what I'm saying. That's what they said in Ghostbusters. It was Halloween night, and they're crossing streams. I thought it matched perfectly. It was a perfect joke, and then it was ruined. And I was just like, man, I thought it was funny. Yoka Frida said MOASS incoming, and then noticed that he had a toolbar. I don't even want to know, Sam. I don't even want to know how you know that's possible. That's bad. Yucca Frida, I should take it away because you just bailed on me. Hey, Danny's in here now. Danny's in here. Danny, how's it going, man? Did you come in here to toast, or did you come in to just hang out?
I just wanted to come in
Danny.
and say hi to everybody. What's up, Yuka? How you doing, buddy?
What's up?
Yeah, I came in because Yuka bailed on you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I had a customer.
Cheers.
What's up?
Cheers. Now, Casey, I just wanted to say I don't know how many people are listening. If you guys know Dan Lebitard, he was a sports writer for the Miami Herald, and he ended up with his own sports talk show. And then he got an ESPN show. You know, Dan Lebitard. So his show turned from like sports to like nothing about sports. Everything, you know, is all crazy and different topics. And I feel like that's what we've kind of turned your stream into the best variety show out there. So I appreciate all you do, and this is awesome. I crack up every day.
You know, it's
we
it's
got
nice.
we got so many cool people, you know.
We do have a lot of awesome people, and you know, I gotta mix it up. You know, if I don't mix it up, then it would be boring for me even, and I actually can sit through some really boring stuff, but some of these days with volume as low as it's been, if we don't start talking about just kind of random crazy stuff, you know, what's the point?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we gotta make it fun.
Cheers to that.
Cheers. Salud. My drink's gone.
So I didn't hear what you mixed. What'd you mix today? What you had the tequila?
Yeah, this is the Adventurous Ape. It's the 2 shots of tequila and 1 shot of
Okay.
Kahlua. Yep.
Your usual. That's the usual.
Yeah, we went back to the usual now that I've got a new bottle.
Nice. You got the what was it? The Himador?
Yeah.
Tequila.
Yeah. I've never had it before. Is it good stuff? What do you
think?
think?
I've had that one. It's pretty. Yeah, that's a solid choice.
Yeah, my wife bought it, and I mixed. This is the first day that I've mixed it, and it has almost a little. I think it's less smoky than some of the other Raspados that I've had in the past, but it seemed a little extra sweet, which was good though. I liked it.
Okay. I think tequila is not really tequila unless you have the worm in the bottle, though. That's the authentic, you know. You got to find the one with the worm.
You know what? Give me 2 seconds. give me
no, you're gonna go find one.
No. Give me 2 seconds. I got this. A friend of mine went down to. He's from Mexico. He went down to go visit his parents, and he brought back with him a bottle of tequila, and it's in a it's in a what looks like a pistol of glass. And so I'm gonna pull it out real quick and see, and I'm gonna say the name so that everybody here can hear it, and I'm gonna see if anybody's ever heard of it before. We only got a couple minutes, actually, only got a minute left here. You know what? Maybe I'll do this on Monday, or maybe next Friday. I don't know, but I'll pull it out and we'll see what it is. I've never had a drink out of it because it's the coolest looking glass bottle I've ever seen, and I almost feel like it's one of those, you know, since tequila originates out of Mexico, I feel like it's one of those like real honest to God, like real tequilas. And I don't want to drink it because I'm afraid that it's probably like way better than it should ever touch my lips. And so
that's a post MOASS bottle popping.
Yes.
You know, when we all get together, huh?
Yes.
How about that?
I agree.
What if you open it and that's the catalyst? That's the MOASS catalyst.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Jeez, that would be something else.
Save that one.
Yeah, I'll save it.
You don't want to jinx it.
I hate to do this to you guys, but I'm gonna leave out of the back of the Big Tramp. Are you guys gonna still be here, or are you gonna take off?
I gotta head out. I just want to jump in and say hi to everybody.
All right, Yucca and Danny, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys
later, guys.
next
Everyone
week.
have a good weekend, all right?
You guys know what this means, of course. It can only mean one thing. It is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend going into next week where we have elections. We have our CEO coming in to give us our quarterly report. It's going to be a crazy wild one. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets for walks, and go see a doggone movie. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at Ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Forward yesterday makes me want to stay. What they said was real makes me want to steal. Living under house, guess I'm living out a mouse. All I got is time, got no meaning, just a rhyme. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm inspired. Think I'll start a fire. Everybody run. Bobby's got a gun. Think you're kinda neat. Then she tells me I'm a creep. Friends don't mean a thing. Guess I'll leave it up to me. Yeah. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand. Guess I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand. Guess I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.